It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
What's up, y'all? It is Saturday morning, September 14th, 11:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Pretty early for the Northwestuary folks. Still before McDonald's stopped serving breakfast. 10:30. If you needed to know that. If you needed to get Doomie's in the house, Tayo's in the house. Got a good collection here. Neil wanted to stream today, and so eventually I think he's going to come on, and it sounds like he wants to maybe talk about the Matthew Pajot conversation interview that just dropped. Perfect timing while all of the best and brightest are at in-person estuaries in the Northwest, with people who are attractive and have beautiful voices and beautiful things to say. So, they're not missing out on anything. If anything, we probably are. So no worries, Jonathan. We can all have FOMO here today together. Someone tag Matt C. Yeah, get old Matt C in the house, But basically, I'm going to do today what I do pretty much all the time is I'm going to put the link in the chat. And, if you want to come play. But until then, I'm going to make some music. And so if you guys want to talk about something, hop on in. We can talk. But until then, I'm going to be making some tunes. Maybe something somber. Maybe something to cure the FOMO. We'll see. All right. Share this bad boy. Yeah, big FOMO vibes is right. Oh, there he is. What's up, big dog?
No much. I'm about to be late for work, but I wanted to stop and wish you a good stream.
Well, that's very cool. That
Like my garments?
you look pretty badass, actually.
I can't hear you. Shit.
You look pretty badass, is what I'm saying.
Alright, I'm gonna be late. I wish you one stream.
Thank you for hopping on for a second, dude. Good to see you.
Peace.
Bye-bye. That's the kind of interactions that is only afforded to us in the present day. When else can you be late to work and hop on to the public internet for 3 seconds just to say hello to a friend? It ain't all bad these days. It ain't all bad. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Oh, shoot. I forgot to plug my keyboard in, y'all. All right, Neil's here.
Good morning. Oh, I can hear myself.
How was cleaning up the church?
We did a yeah, I can hear myself on your stream.
Uh-oh. Is that my fault?
I think so. It's I don't have YouTube open, so it's not that.
Okay. Let's try this.
Testing 1 2. Yeah, we're good. It's a little quieter, or
I could probably just turn it all the way off too.
all the way off. I heard that too.
But then we won't be able to hear the music, which is fine. Ugh.
So how are you, sir?
I'm good, man. Very happy that it's the weekend. Work's just been kicking my butt lately. But yeah, excited to just be off work and to be relaxing. I don't actually have that much FOMO for the Northwestuary because I feel like it would have been very exciting, but ultimately very tiring. You know, like I feel like I would have needed to take like an extra vacation on the back end just to make sure that I had time to kind of like recover to renew.
That's an interesting introvert-extrovert thing. So one definition of introversion, extroversion. Hey, Tunji. But one definition of introversion, extroversion is do you gain energy by being around people, or do you lose energy? And I used to be way more introverted than I am now. Like for the most part, I gain energy around all of you guys. So,
Tunji brought the bass.
You bring out the enthusiasm in me. Enthusiasms.
Well, since Tunji's got his bass, you've been overruled. You're gonna have to put up with hearing yourself so that Tunji can hear the beat.
All right.
There is already a beat.
There's a beat, brother.
Oh, that's nice.
Clint D's in the audience.
Mm-hmm. I hear myself again. I have some
Yeah,
echo.
I think that's just a function of how I send the music into StreamYard. I kind of have to do a workaround in order for y'all to hear what I'm working on. But that also means that whatever I can hear, y'all can hear. So y'all are hearing basically yourselves doubled back.
Okay. Let's see if we can work through that. Just
My drums are at my church. I'm not going to be able to participate.
You could beatbox. I can hear that. My guess is that probably sounds very
Awful.
weird. Very weird. Not awful.
I got disoriented. I have to admit.
It's not bad. Probably can use it.
Wait, hold on. I can get you a better sample.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I wasn't recording. sounded pretty cool to me.
I love the reverb on that. It made it sense.
Wait.
Well, you got a new sound. I got to do a new recording.
Wait. We got a new sound. Pens are not working. I gotta go get actual drumsticks.
I think it works. All right, it's your turn, Tunji. You get the tempo.
Yeah, maybe give me just the original. That's too much.
I can't stop.
Yeah,
I can't stop Neil from desk drumming. You know, I can mute him. I guess,
okay,
and kick him out.
Okay, let's try again.
Yo. CW motherfucking Weeks. Back in the hive mind.
Didn't know Phoebus made it all the way to Minnesota.
Needs closing minivan door. I just realized you don't have any harmonic information to work off of, Tunji. Do you want me to try to give you a little key chord progression to groove to?
It's up to you. If you want to build on the return on me when I talk is difficult. It's up to you. If you want.
Tayo's talking to CW Weeks in the hive mind here. I think what I'm gonna do is go grab my cable for my keyboard so that I can do it. But or we could shift over to just talking about the Pajot.
I would like to Mathieu Pajot. That's my vote.
Uh-oh. Phoebus has got a report from what the estuary has been talking about. They've got FOMO, or Phoebus has FOMO. They're talking nymphs and dryads in the thin places. Oh yeah, it's going down. Sounds like a very Grail country affair. All right, CW Weeks. Shocked. Neil. Let's see. Haven't listened to MP. Oh yeah, I didn't put that together. That is not the type of thing that Phoebus would be excited about. I don't know why that did not click for me, but that's funny. Cassandra's in the house. Yeah. Sounds nymphty. Not sure if that's a word. All right. Well, Neil, do you want to share your screen, and you can start the Mathieu Pajot discussion.
I suppose this was my idea, right?
Yeah, but just so you know, in the background, I may just keep. I may record what we're talking about and just use it in the beat. So, but I'll make sure you guys can't hear it. It'll be a surprise.
Okay. From the top, y'all. But the problem is, I don't know if I can share sound, and I definitely want to share audio. I haven't figured out how to share audio. Let me see. Ooh, there's a setting that says touch up my appearance. Make me look pretty.
So if you share,
I'm prettier.
If you share just a tab instead of like a screen, that's, I believe, where you can share the audio.
Okay, let's see. So some screens let you share audio. Look for the share audio checkbox on the next window. Okay, so I can. Ooh, I think I can do that. Okay, tab. Let's see. I can only do, That's interesting. I want to do it without ads. Why does StreamYard? Oh, okay. I can do it. I can. Cool. I think this will work. Show that hairy, manly face, and I'm not talking about Tunji.
It's already here.
Yeah, it's already here. That hairy, manly face. He's clearly a dwarf of the north.
I guess first of all, could you just talk a little bit about what your new book is going to be about?
Awesome. Yep, we're good.
Okay, well, my new book is going to be about basically
man, the camera jitters like crazy.
The role of Eve in the Bible, and which is also the role of women in the Bible, basically, which is the first woman. So she represents all women, basically. So it's actually a pretty deep concept that I don't think a lot of people grasp. There's feminists do grasp it on the left for sure. I mean, it's not true that nobody's talking about this. There's lots of people talking about it, but there's some element of subversion in that subject going on right now and for a while. So we can't just ignore it. See, that's the thing. One of the things that's been going on is that people who have the intention of defending tradition and the church and have a tendency of ignoring what's going on that side of the political aisle, let's say, on the left. So it's like just ignoring it or just saying it's wacko, just saying it's crazy.
You have permission to go full double speed.
Which is not true. It doesn't.
I'm going to go 1.5.
Now that doesn't mean you have to go into that completely. Okay, so that's the problem. Is it's usually the same with all problems. Is you see part of a big picture, you see just part of it, and then you, instead of putting it where it belongs, in the place where it belongs in the universe, you see it as the whole picture. So that's usually what causes most problems in this world. Is somebody perceives some truth, and then they kind of fall in love with that part of reality, and they sort of attribute everything to that part. So that happens on both sides, though. That's the thing. You see, it happens on both sides. It's not necessarily always about politics. I mean, it goes into politics in the end. It ends up in politics, and it ends up in morality too. And it ends up everywhere. But these are just symptoms of beliefs, of perspectives that people adopt. So there's truth to the feminist worldview. It's not completely false, but it's also not completely true what certain right wingers tend to go towards. It also has sometimes the same problem. If you see your right wing leaning perspective as being the whole thing, and the other side is being completely wrong. It's the same error on both sides in a sense. I'm not trying to be a centrist here. In fact, I'm not at all a centrist. It kind of bugs me sometimes. People who think the solution is always just to kind of sneak yourself in the middle there and always just, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't like that. But you don't have to be a centrist to see that both sides have some reason for existing. Okay, and with the left, there's a huge issue because, well, from what I'm seeing now, when I'm studying, that side is very subtle. Okay, so it's a kind of well, I've talked about this before. It's the I think I said back then the good stumbling stone, right? I think that's how I described it, and that is a good way to describe it. So there's a stumbling stone that kills you, but we have to remember that too. There's a stumbling stone that completely destroys you, and your enemy also puts stumbling stones on your path. It's not just obviously this is the part that everyone should already know intuitively, because we all have enemies, we all have obstacles that are truly meant to stop us and to stop us from doing what we want to do. I mean, your enemy don't necessarily have to see it as evil, good and evil, or anything like that. I mean, you have competition, you have different interests, and if your interest goes against another person's interest, then they're against you. They're your enemy. You don't have to start saying this guy is evil and I'm good. Sometimes it can be that, but I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a naive, almost childish worldview there. I mean, I have enemies and I'm their enemy too. They're my enemy, I'm their enemy. It's not like just a one-sided thing, but you have to be in the reality that we have enemies that want to destroy us as well, obviously. But there's also another aspect to it, which is what I talked about, I think, the last time.
And anytime you want me to pause, just say something and I'll pause.
I mentioned a little the idea that sometimes the stumbling stones are good, and sometimes they are there to help you when you're already going astray. So let's say if you're making some errors, you already made some errors, or maybe even before you make errors, you're going into a path of error, and then someone puts a stumbling stone before you so that you don't go in that direction. Okay, so a big part of what Eve represents is that good stumbling stone, and almost every female character in the Bible is actually an embodiment of that, but it's not always obvious at first glance. This is something it took me a long time to kind of figure out all the different ways in which you can represent that, like that pattern. It's a big pattern. It's not like a small thing. It's about half the Bible is about that. So it's not like a small obscure thing that I'm trying to understand here. It's half our lives, really, and that's also why it embodies itself into about half the population when it becomes a political movement, because it's not something you could just ignore. It's not something you could just say, oh, this is evil, and we got to destroy it or something like that. And same thing on the other side. I mean, obviously, but it also doesn't mean we have to go wholeheartedly into that direction all the time. Obviously, like I said before, it can be a trap. It often is a trap. So it's like we need caution. We need to understand, and this is why I'm doing this, because
the caution aspect is something that I've been very aware of for the last at least 7-8 years. But just my sense that I shouldn't say everyone, but just my sense that like the game that's being played at the surface level is the wrong game of our culture. It's the wrong game. And it's the wrong game for a number of reasons. Number one, that game just keeps getting worse and worse at the surface level. Number two, if you really want to understand
this game being basically feminist versus conservatives.
Yeah, I would say so. Like in general, it's the cultural dichotomy that we currently live in the West, and in the U.S. And I know I get criticized a lot for making this U.S. centric, but in the U.S., I would say we're just an exaggerated form of the West more generally.
Who's criticizing you?
No, I get criticized more so on Discord for being U.S. centric, but like I live in the U.S., so it's what I know best, obviously. But
everybody stop criticizing Neil. He's my friend.
I don't think we did that. I think that's a reality of when we do social commentary. It's American centric. It's not. It is like that. It's not about critique.
If you want to talk about your country, you get on these live streams and you talk about your country.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think if I just railed against Italy all day, it'd be kind of strange. But I do think I'm going to be American imperialist here in that I think that the United States is an exaggerated form of the West more generally. In that there's two things: the trends that begin in the U.S. often percolate to the West and through the West the entire world. But also that the U.S. takes on this bloated, exaggerated form. And I think there's two parts to that bloated, exaggerated form of America. One is that America is just bigger than any other country in the West. I mean, there are larger countries. There's China, there's India, et cetera. But like when I'm saying of the West, predominantly,
And we all know bigger is better. Continue.
But that's America right there, right? Our toilets are bigger. Our passengers on airplanes are bigger, so we're more squashed. Our trucks are bigger and V8 engines with double secret horsepower. And
have some of the most patriotic Americans in the hive mind right now. When I think of just red-blooded American male, what we should all strive to be, I do think of Clint D and Mark S.
Yeah.
These are men's. You know, this is really the cream of the crop in terms of masculinity.
We
But
do things like we
do
mean
we
it.
buy his kind of, or
You're a little quiet, McMo.
sorry.
Yeah,
No, you're good.
There's a sense in which like he's saying that if
Still
I'm not
quiet.
mishearing him, I'm hearing him say basically that we need to seriously consider what the feminists got right. Like there's a sense in which he seemed to be saying that, all the while saying like, and I'm not saying that conservatives are wrong, you know, but the whole point of him kind of bringing up that friend-enemy distinction was in order to kind of, or not, maybe it wasn't the reason for him bringing it up, but in bringing it up, he basically laid out that conservatism and liberalism, or feminism and conservatism, need to somehow relate to one another like the masculine and feminine relate to one another. Am I crazy for gleaning that?
Yes.
that's right.
I
didn't want to spoil the conclusion at the beginning of the analysis, but yeah, the solution will come through the union of the two, the cooperation, the love of the man for women and women for men. And it is absolutely right to be concerned about the hate for the other side, both politically or the other gender, whatever. So I don't know if Mathieu was making an explicit call for understanding exactly what's the good aspect of feminism per se, but certainly against the polarity of the political discourse.
Tayo, get in here and tell us about love.
I could talk about love. So if we're Christians, we are called to love up to and including our enemies. And I think the temptation that I see, just overwhelming temptation, is to assume the rightness of one cause or one side supersedes love. And the first step that I think the first step of love is aiming to understand that which is different from you in any capacity. I think that's the first step. So I've had this intuition about caring, that the only way you can actually care about something is to be vulnerable to it. Like if I care about McMo, or if I care about Tunji, it means that something that either of them say could actually change, or could actually change me in some way, shape, or form. That's what it means to be vulnerable, is that I'm capable of being changed by the other. So as a certain part of my life, when I was primarily governed by, I shouldn't say governed, but like where resentment overwhelmingly dominated my thoughts, where, you know, it was just an ever-present thing. The first step toward overcoming that, or almost undercoming that, was simply being aware of it. And by simply being aware of it, then I know that I'm being motivated by a spirit or a feeling of resentment, and I can sort of abstract myself from that and say, okay, like even if, let's say, this is righteous anger, let's put me in the best possible camp, that like my anger for whatever reason is righteous. If Christ says to love up to and including my enemies, do I have any right whatsoever to express that righteous anger?
Can I
Do I have any?
Can I quibble with something, because I agree with almost everything you're saying?
Go for it.
Why the up to and including? Because that's not what Christ said. Christ said, love your enemies.
I think I say that because I want to emphasize the point that it's never acceptable to basically write off the other as unredeemable. That's a way I'm going to put it. That any other that we write off as unredeemable is a problem.
It's a good point, and I think that's I think that's an argument that's familiar to most Christians, and is mostly preached at the individual level, and that is where we can make a category for it, an application for personal life. Okay, I can relate better to this or this other person. The difficulty comes when we scale this love up to a society level, and I don't think that we can make the jump and the assumption that to say that what love looks like for an individual person, what is the loving thing for an individual to do regarding another individual, is the same of what a people does, what a people does loving another people. So those things, there is such a complexity there that require that there are other structure over the individual that are in place in order to mediate it and express this societal level of love in the proper societal kind of form and way. Because you cannot apply the same kind of love on the two different scale. And one example is when you have injustice or violence against innocent people. On a personal level, you have a way to deal with the offender that's taking away some of your agency, and you can deal with your in that situation in the, let's say, Christian loving way. But in a scaling up the system, and let's say you have a group of people, a society that is meant to protect some innocent, and there are violent people that do bad stuff to innocent people. How do you deal with that? What's the loving thing? How does the love of the society manifest in that situation?
You protect the first thing is you protect the innocent. So you do whatever is necessary to keep the innocent safe. So minimum necessary force to protect the innocent. Yeah.
Yeah, that is right. And then
I would want to push back a little bit, because I think that not that that's not a good answer to.
You're quiet again.
Not that that's not a good starting point for what is what should I say? What love looks like, or what is love, but I still do think that like, because God is love, we should walk carefully. This is why this is my explanation for why love is hard to define or describe, and why there are so much there's miscommunication in regards to love, because we it just I'm pro the reminder that we use the word love in a lot of ways, and even to just say agape does not make it easier to understand, because in that sense it's divine love. It's the love of God that is we understand it through the Spirit, not necessarily through the logos, if that makes sense. I mean, obviously we do understand it through the logos, but I'm just trying to say that, like, I'm not so. Obviously defending the innocent is the a right answer, but I don't think that the right answer of what love looks like, this is a problem of the general in particular, I'd say.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just making an example case of how you are going to get a complex situation when you deal with societal kind of love compared to individual kind of love, and that's the reason why is that complexity that cause the fact that in every single different country with different political system, there is Christian are going to vote one. They don't vote all the same. They vote on one side or another, because the things get so complex that even wanting to be perfectly Christian, you have that a more complex vision of what the loving things is for your state, for your nation, for your government. So I don't think that it's a problem that Christians don't know what love is, or they forget to love their enemy. Is that that love for the state, the way that the state is supposed to be loving, is more complex than what it is for a individual human being. And justice, the way that he applies justice, is one big aspect of it. You cannot be completely self-sacrificial if you want to be, if you want to protect the innocent as best as you can in a society. And that's different from from a couple, from a family, and things like that.
Should we go back to Matthew?
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
Hit it, McMosive.
Grim noises.
Have to have the discernment to know what is a good stumbling stone and what is a bad what is truly a adversarial attack, And so in order to do that, you have to really understand this pattern, and it creates an entire language. This is what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm going to call my book yet, but right now in my mind, I'm calling it kind of to mirror my first book. I'm calling it The Language of Renewal. Okay, so the first one is the language of creation. This one is the language of renewal. So, but I'm not necessarily going to call my book that. This is what my working title is, or my concept is. So I've been doing this for a long time now, years actually. I started about 5-6 years even. I've started doing this, but I got to be honest, that's only recently that I've had some breakthroughs. I had this winter, I had some major struggles, and that kind of taught me a lot of lessons about what I was trying to understand. There's some things sometimes you only understand when you're in suffering. It's like there's this thing you can't understand, and then the only way to understand it is through a kind of suffering, because the reason you don't understand it in the first place is because you neglect it, or you ignore it, or it's completely outside of your sphere of what you're interested in or what you're looking at. And then so obviously when it's a situation like that, then the only time you can see these things is when you're in pain because of the fact that you ignored it and kind of attacks you. It's actually a microcosm of what's happening to our society right now, actually, I think, in a sense. So certain things have been ignored in the past, as if they were just evil, just evil. So when you do that, this is what happens. At one point, this thing that you're ignoring and that you shouldn't completely ignore because it's part of reality, this thing is going to come and really bite you, until you're almost in the submission mode, you're almost in like desperate mode, that where you have to acknowledge this thing. This kind of happened to me this winter. So this winter I understood a lot of things. And recently is when I really started to have a huge breakthroughs with this, what I was trying to understand, because I realized at one point, I don't know exactly what made me realize it, but I think I had maybe a few dreams. And in my dreams, I saw there were some patterns that were related to what was happening to me in real life. And then I realized that what I was looking for was already existed. So it's like I'm trying to not create, but rediscover this thing I was calling the language of renewal. And then I realized that's what dreams are. So it's like it already exists. What I'm looking for, this language, it's called dreams. So the dreams express themselves in this language that I'm trying to learn or trying to rediscover. So it seems obvious to me now, once you find, it's often like that. Once you find something, it's like you find it's obvious. I don't know why I didn't see it before, because when we sleep is when we get renewed. So it's an obvious thing now to me now. So this dreaming is the expression of what's going on during the renewal. So it's like a language that talks about what's happening during this renewal process. So it's the language of renewal. I wish I would have realized this a long time ago, but maybe I had to understand a few things before that. So that's what I'm doing now. So I had my own dreams. I started writing my dreams down, which is something I didn't do before. There's a few dreams that I remember from childhood, but that were really, I guess, memorable.
This was me 7 years ago, by the way. Went through the same exact phase.
To me, but I had a few, maybe one or two. But then this is when I started writing my dreams down, and then I started definitely seeing some patterns there. I kind of already knew some of it because I wrote it in my first book. I wrote a chapter about dreams, and I already understood the basic general concept, but there's a lot to talk about. I had a glimpse of it when I wrote my book, but now I'm going to specialize what I'm talking about with this. So then I realized I had to ask people for dreams, because I started having doubts about what I was doing, because I was saying, because I really understood my own dreams at that point. It took me a while. It took me about a year, though, to really understand what my dreams were about. And then I started having doubts, about is it just my dreams? Is it just me that have these dreams that are expressing these things? So I had to ask around, so I asked a few people I know for dreams, and they gave me dreams, and a few, and it completely fit what I was doing. I understood the dreams. This is the thing I have to say too. Dreams is something you don't usually understand right away. So there's something about it. Even there's so much something about this. What I'm saying here is that if someone tells me a dream verbally, I have trouble listening to it. Like I listen to it, but my mind doesn't register for some reason. Now I have this experience many times. That's why I could describe it, but I almost always have to ask the person 3, maybe 4 times to tell the dream again, because my mind doesn't listen. It's like the person is telling me their dream, and I think I'm listening, and then I realize that I missed some of it because my mind doesn't want to hear it. It's a strange thing. I don't know exactly why it's like that, but now I've learned to. Now that I've been doing this for a few years,
and this proves that he's a nicer person than me.
Right away, still.
The fact that he asks to hear the dream again shows that he is a better person than me, because somebody tells me their dream and I just listen the first time and do my best, and I'm like, wow, man, that's crazy. And then, unless it really is a good story, like telling people your dreams is just for those of us that don't have, those of us out there that don't have the best social skills, I do not recommend starting with sharing dreams. That's not good, like cocktail hour talk, just so you know out there.
He's explaining why he's making a profound argument why listening to dreams is difficult. This is because there is something slippery to it that the mind doesn't want to grasp immediately. So it's related to the sleep state. So that's a very good excuse to.
I do want to agree with his main point that I suspect the purpose of sleep and dreaming more generally is renewal, because it's basically the body and the mind repairing itself and sorting itself out from the general disorder of the previous day. It's the reversal of entropy. And the dream, as best as I understand dreams, which if I might be so bold to say, I probably understand a few things better, well, at least better than I did 10 years ago.
I know a few things about dreams.
Yeah, the dreams are part of you that you're not yet aware of, that knows something that you're not yet aware of. If you think of
I mean, that's
an author.
That's the Freudian / Jungian.
Yes.
That's the unconscious, right? That's where you're going, right? Like that's what it.
Sure. Yes. But we don't know what the unconscious is my point. So
right. Clint agrees,
when we use a word,
allegedly,
yeah,
yes.
When we use a word like subconscious or unconscious, like we have no idea really what that is. But so
it is not, it's a non-being. It's a it's a known unknown, right?
Yes.
So that's why some people don't even like it, thinking that it exists, because it's basically it's anti-ontological in some sense, right? Like but anyway, yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. The best way I can describe that is, as an author or as an artist, you cannot bring out of you something that is not already inside you in some way, shape, or form. Now, what I would say is that the best artists and the best authors rarely understand fully the totality of what they're bringing forth from their own person. And that's a very weird thing, that something lives inside the artist or the author that they don't actually have a conscious grasp of. I feel that about Babylon 5 and J. Michael Straczynski, who's a self-described atheist, but Babylon 5 is by far his best work, and he's it's a deeply religious story. It's stuff like that. So I guess what I'm saying is that the dream is, in my experience, has been an indication of things that I know but don't really know, or don't know how to embody. Okay, maybe here's another way of thinking about it. You have your mind and your heart in biblical speak, where your mind is like what you're thinking, acting, doing. You know what you're doing. Right now, I'm taking a deep breath. I know I'm taking a deep breath. I know I'm speaking with me, but then the heart is like the totality or center of my being. And it's all the things that are still me, even though I'm not conscious of those things right here, right now. And the dream is somewhere between the heart and outside of the heart. It's kind of filling that heart space. Your mind is unaware of it. And the dream is the window between the heart and whatever transcends the human person, which, that's the unknown. We don't know what the unconscious is.
Yeah, I'll agree in the sense that it does seem like oftentimes our dreams do have to do with desires of some sort or another, but oftentimes it can, and I think the kind of dream he was talking about more so was like the idea of like kind of fate, and this might be a Peterson point too, but like you face the problem before you face the problem, so that when you face the problem, you don't have to face the problem for the first bloody time, and so I like, but I do think that like it's hard to talk about in concrete. Like it's hard to, well, I'll put it bluntly, it's hard to listen to you talk about it in more like concrete definitional terms, when I think part of the mystery of it is that it is kind of like it's this thing that we can point to in scripture and in life that is both mysterious and like completely explainable in some sense, or like completely taken for granted. Like I think the comedian Pete Holmes has talked about this before, where it's like we just take it for granted that we basically die every night and that our brain plays us little 3D like interactive movies for us to like problem solve.
But it's not like a movie at all. Is my point? It's a
Go
completely different phenomenological experience than a movie.
Well, you're triggering,
but it is.
You're triggering Clint's jukebox brain. Apparently, you speak in song. Apparently.
Anyway, I maybe I'll quit my unconscious meanderings and we'll get back to it.
No, I liked it.
But now I think I really figured out what I was looking for, because now when I see a dream, I know immediately. I see it immediately what it's about. But it took me a real long time, and I asked on Twitter for some dreams at one point, and that was really when it started unfolding. Everything started unfolding, because then I had like about maybe 300 dreams to work with, and this is really helpful for me because I could compare different dreams, and that was really a real breakthrough for me, because sometimes a dream, you don't understand what it means at first, but then, whoops, you see another one and you're like, oh, these two are clearly, they're not the same, but they're following the same pattern for some reason. And you don't quite know what it is, but then once you have at least two, it creates something in your mind. Like you see a pattern, even though you don't understand all the parts of it. And then maybe you see a third one and a fourth one, and then you start to see that this is not arbitrary, it's following a certain pattern. So this was really helpful for me. So basically I've been spending the last months just cycling through these 300 dreams, like just cycling through them every time, finding new things, Also, part of the process was to summarize the dreams. So I had to summarize them because there's lots of details, like everything, there's details that you don't necessarily want to put to memory or try to understand it. So I summarize, I try to make about one sentence per dream, but I still keep the detailed versions, obviously. But for my memory, it's good too, because now I almost know them by heart, just a sentence that describes each one. So that was helpful too. So I did this work for a long time now, and just recently I really had some major breakthroughs, and now I think I'm done. Like I think I figured out everything I needed to understand. Of course, there's still things that I could understand, but I understand them. Everything that's not a detail, let's say it like that, I understand the pattern. So that's what I've been doing. Now, I mean, we could talk about it, but we'll see. So yeah, that's what I'm answering your question basically, because
I half expect him to do a Jordan Hall move here and be like, this is my last shot at working with the 3-letter agencies to save the world. And I could talk about it, but everything except the top secret stuff.
Oh, sorry. I was focusing on music and failed to keep up with the chat here. But wow, I've never thought about that for Matthew Pajot, the idea of him, being a part of the agency. That's pretty funny. It'd be it's good cover. Let's see. What did Mandy say? I asked Matthew about the paralysis demon dreams.
Well, I would
unfollowed you.
I would guess, Mandy, that it's a very similar theme to what he's going to describe with what's coming up. So
I think that he made a clarification later on that what he's evaluating mostly is quote unquote normal dreams, like
right.
He wants the more baseline kind of dreams, things that are distinctly really exactly not revelations, or things that are visions, but the more banal, and probably the paralysis demons does not fit that that category.
That's a message directly to Mandy that she needs to get her life right.
I don't know. We can talk about that more in the Discord.
I'm gonna keep going.
I don't want to give away what I've been working on for so long. Just give it away like that. So
give it away
gotta
now.
Be careful. I don't want to talk too much, but I can still talk about it. So.
Can you just give an overview of what the feminine and masculine are?
Okay. What they are. Okay. Well, right now I'm studying. I'm not really studying feminine as a whole. I'm studying a certain aspect. Okay, but because the other aspect is not hard to understand. So that's like I'm gonna start talking like a feminist here, but there's a male-centric, male-centric definition of male, and there's a male-centric definition of female, and then you can say there's a female-centric definition of female and a female-centric definition of male. You can see it like that because I think it's correct to see it like that. I don't think it's an exaggeration, but because I can tell you what you are, right? But it's not always pleasant to have someone else tell us what we are. It's fine to accept some of that. You can tell me what I am a little bit, but you don't go too far because I'm allowed to exist on my own. I'm also allowed to define myself in a way. It doesn't have to be extremes. It doesn't have to be I either let you define me completely or I define myself completely. It's ridiculous. It's two things. Some of it is someone imposing meaning on me, and some of it is me trying to make my own meaning. So that's kind of what happens here. So, I mean, I talked about this in my book. I can repeat it. In one sense, it's the male perspective. I think I described it as imposing meaning on nature, or we can replace nature by just reality. Basically, it doesn't have to be nature, but nature is what's there already before we intervene in it. So it's okay to say nature too, because it includes everything then. But so imposing meaning on nature, and this is why Adam names the animals. That's what it means. It's pretty obvious once you start understanding these things. So in that sense, we could say that the male is responsible for civilization. Okay, in the sense that that's what civilization is, imposing meaning on reality. And also what we could say that work, the concept of just work goes with the masculine side, okay? Because that's what work is. Work is imposing your will upon reality and making something out of what's there from your plan that you have, from your idea. So that's the masculine. That's how I understand it. I think that's what it is in the Bible. But it's more complicated than that because, we can get to that later, but that doesn't mean every man in the Bible fits that definition. Because of what I said before, some men that are masculine still in the Bible that are male are working for Eve. Let's say it like that. They're doing the job of Eve, like they're male feminists, But it doesn't have to be a bad thing, See, that's the thing. Right wingers should be careful, If there's things in reality that if you ignore, they're going to come and attack you. You have to not fall for the whole thing, but not reject the whole thing either. Okay, so an example of a male feminist. I'm going to start saying that ironically, but it's Joseph.
I just want to say, Mikmo, on a personal note, I think you play this trickster role better than just about anyone I've met.
Nope. I thought you were going to say something I agreed with, and then you didn't. I play the male feminist role really well. I would like to come forward as the preeminent male feminist in the corner.
I don't think you're playing that role particularly well.
McWoke is here to stay, people.
Yeah. The problem is you don't have much competition. That's
It is true. It is true.
So you may win that.
You see Mandy's last comment. Put that one up.
Yep, that's right. That would explain a lot of conversations me and my wife have had before. But yeah.
I'm curious. How well do you get along with Luke Thompson? That's got to be a weird. Because you two are both in that vein of.
I just wish he would take me as his mentee, and stop kind of just flirting with me on live streams. I want to get the juice. No, but we have a pretty good relationship. I think that part of it is we're really similar, so our conversations aren't as fruitful probably as a conversation between me and you or me and Tunji, because it's just kind of
like two liquids just mixing, and it's nothing new is there's no pow explosion, there's no smoke. It's just the two liquids.
There's a different type of explosion, it's a different type of but I don't know. I haven't talked to like Luke one-on-one in a while, but normally it's just kind of like voice messages back and forth. I don't think we've ever really like called each other.
Well, that's a shame. You know what comes to my mind? I'm gonna say this outright about Luke, even if it gets me in trouble. I've had this image of Jerry Maguire in my head related to Luke, where he's like great at friendship, terrible at intimacy. And
whoa,
but that's
that probably fits me more than Luke, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah. I'm vulnerable. That vulnerable and intimate aren't exactly the same thing.
Yeah. You're probably right about that, actually. Yeah. I got to think about that more. And I do love Luke dearly. I think he plays an incredible role. I think he's better at anyone else in the corner at bringing in new voices and welcoming them into the space. That's what I think. I told him straight out. That's what I think Luke's superpower is. But it is that thing. Like he wants to bring in new folks into the tapestry, but the tapestry is very flat. So anyway, should we keep going?
Sure.
Okay, Joseph is an example. He's male, obviously. It's Joseph. He's not a woman, but he does the pattern of what Eve does. Like he's a messenger of that pattern. He's embodying that pattern. So that's what I was saying before. So you just have to understand that male as male, and then male as working for Eve. So that's how you do it. And then you could do the opposite too. You could say someone could be female and working for Adam, in the sense that she is doing this job of imposing meaning on reality, or letting meaning being imposed, participating in that you're working for Adam. We could say it like that. I'm making these terms up here because I don't know what else to say. But in the female side, if we look at the perspective of Eve, and this is what I'm working on, that aspect. So I'm disguising myself as a left winger, basically. I kind of am in a way. I mean, look at me. I look like a hippie, so I'm not completely in foreign territory. But I don't want the fight. See, I don't want the left and the right to be fighting. We're supposed to be a couple. Left and right is a couple. It's not supposed to be mortal enemies, like two countries against each other. That's a different story. It's supposed to be men and women go together. So it's obvious what I'm saying here, but we're being attacked right now, so we have to restate obvious things, right? So the female role that is on her own, that is her own thing that she does, not when she's listening to Adam, is called the renewal. Okay, we could call it something else, but that's what I'm calling it because I don't know what else to call it. So it's death and renewal. Okay, so that's the role of Eve. So it's related to sleep. So Adam's related to work, which is imposing meaning on reality, having a plan, and then building things up towards that plan. So it's symbolized by a pyramid, something standing, right? Because that's what you do when you accumulate things toward a goal. You make them serve the goal. You're building a pyramid, basically. So, and the other one is related to sleep. So falling asleep is what Eve represents. Okay, that's her job. Okay, but so see, when it says down with things like feminist stuff, like down with the patriarchy and things like that. Okay, down with the patriarchy. That's what happens when I fall asleep every day. Down with the patriarchy. So what? It's not even a metaphor here. This is, when I'm standing up during the day and I'm working, that's the patriarchy, right? That's my mind imposing on my body what to do. You do this. My body is like, okay, doesn't really have a choice, right? But it has somewhat.
You can see he's a little bit angrier here. Like you could see he's still, he still has a little bit of resentment, I would say, or something that he's integrating. Just my observation.
What a choice. It's not true. But then what happens every night? My mind kind of loses. I go crazy. I start getting a little bit confused about things. Depending on how late it is, and I lose focus.
Wait, I miss the resentment.
It's like a sickness.
Neil.
Tired. It's a sickness.
You want me to go back?
Yeah. Do you mind going back and just kind of pointing out that resentment a little closer? Because I didn't even think about that.
So the other one,
up to this point, he's pretty easygoing.
Is related to sleep. So falling asleep is what Eve represents. Okay, that's her job. Okay, but so see, when it says down with things like feminist stuff, like down with the patriarchy and things like that. Okay, down with the patriarchy. That's what happens when I fall asleep every day. Down with the patriarchy. So what? It's not even a metaphor.
So what?
Here, this is, when I'm standing up during the day and I'm working, that's the patriarchy, right? That's my mind imposing on my body what to do. You do this. My body is like, okay, doesn't really have a choice, right? But it has somewhat of a choice. It's not true. But then what happens every night? My my mind kind of loses. I go crazy. You know, I start getting a little bit confused about things. You know, depending on how late it is, and you know, I lose focus. My body becomes weak. It's almost a sickness, right? It's like a sickness. Being tired is a sickness, and I think I'm going to talk about this in my book in detail, but it's the prototype of being sick. You get sick when you fall asleep. Basically, it's like you're intoxicated. You're poisoned. So I'm not like a doctor, obviously, or anything like that. But I think that that's literally what it is when we fall asleep. There must be some kind of toxin inside our body that's released. Maybe they don't call it a toxin. Maybe if this exists in the medical world, I don't really know, because I'm not really interested in these things. I'm interested in healing, but not necessarily the way it's done today by modern science. But they probably don't call it a toxin, this substance that makes you fall asleep. But I see it as a toxin. It's like you're stuck. You're bitten by a snake inside your body. Okay? And then it's like you're intoxicated. You lose your vision. You lose your orientation.
What do you guys think of this intoxication analogy? Or toxin?
Well, it's one of those ways in which, when you're talking about the symbol or the generic or the poetic, then yes, absolutely, sleep is an intoxication, especially in the sense that it is less sober-minded. You know, that it is not awake. It is not with your full capacities at hand. But I think that, like, thinking of it as a poison or a toxin gives it a necessarily, which I don't think Peugeot means in this, but like describing it that way gives it a negative valence. No, like he could have easily called it like because what it's more like is like anesthesia for a surgery, right? Like it's more like a, I don't know. It's not. It's not necessarily like a poison. It can't be a poison or a toxin because it's a gift of God, too, right?
Yeah,
like,
what's interesting about anesthesia is it's artificial, and I don't think you dream with anesthesia.
It's complicated. The problem is that even biologically, it's not that there is a substance that makes you sleep. It's a complex. It's a very complex thing that the body goes through. Otherwise, we will have a very nice pill to take, you know, and sleep a certain amount of hours and wake up. But instead, there are just other kind of substance that try to mess up with the brain to make us feel asleep. But but I think that there is something there, because there's a problem with the trick and the tricksters. It's mapping the same idea, that and the illusion part and the loss of consciousness and the confusion. You know, somebody, is he asleep or is dead? Is it going to wake up or is asleep forever? And when you are sleeping, you don't know, because you are in the same situation of loss of consciousness, and it's the body is called for rest, but the mind it has to be. That's what he says. Yeah, it needs to be tricked in some way or intoxicated in order to lose itself and give rest to the body. Just give up that control over the body. Yeah, it has to give up.
Yeah, I mean,
how do you lose consciousness?
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, I mean, it is like a weird, because you call it a toxin or a poison, and what makes those negatively veiled is just their propensity towards death. But then when you bring in the Christian notion, and maybe this is kind of what he's talking about with the key towards the end, like the key in the puzzle and focusing on the puzzle, because it's like, and I don't want to pull the ripcord too soon here, but I do think that there is a sense in which that may be a piece of the lock, a piece of the puzzle, but not in the sense of it solving it, but more of like a showing the, where we still have holes or whatever in the puzzle, gaps, pieces we don't know where they fit. But because there is a sense in which Christianity assumes the resurrection, in a sense that that when we die, it is, we say, for those who have fallen asleep. Right. And so, this is a very interesting, but because too, like, I don't know if he would answer this, but there's the idea of like, when does the renewal come? And to me, it sounds like a very reformed, like evangelical kind of move to say that that the or just to point out the fact that the renewal necessary. Oh, we can see your Discord there, Neil. Yeah, to say that the renewal kind of necessarily comes, and I don't think this is necessarily what he's saying, and I'm using too many necessarily's. But there is a sense of if the renewal occurs in sleep, then there's a very much a like we were dead in our trespasses. You know, it's God who acts first in our salvation, but also in our renewal. You know, and so it kind of that the idea of being asleep, it's certainly there's a lack of agency there within the individual. I'm getting
I wasn't
trolled in
thinking
the
on that direction, but you were certainly into something very, very nice, Mekmo, about the those who are fall asleep for the a metaphor for the dead in Christ,
right,
and
yeah.
that's what he hints at the end about the solution of Christ. And but the problem is that the ambiguity between sleep and death. You know, that's why it's uncomfortable to point out to that pattern. You know, because he hides something bad, but he can it's also something good, and then there is a discomfort. But why are we pointing out to this as a feminine thing? You know, why is not the masculine being also ambiguous and having something bad? But the bad of the masculine, it's evident. That's the problem. It's always in front of everybody. You know, the bad of the masculine. And
yep. Well, and especially the masculine as opposed to the male. You know, when we step further towards the general and the symbolic, the masculine has even less room to hide where its excesses are, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I want to talk more about Mandy's point, but we could wait. The point about where was it? Is he implying that the current moment of feminism and tearing down patriarchy, death, is set up for a coming renewal? And I think so. I really think so. Because eventually you get to the point where you can't deconstruct anymore. But I don't think we're anywhere near that point. But eventually. So okay, I'm gonna keep going.
Mm-hmm.
You're paralyzed. It's like you're dead. It's like you've been bitten by a snake or a scorpion, right? So this is the role of Eve. You do this thing right here. It's very strange because it looks like it's an enemy, right? I get, I'm working all day, making everything work, making everything follow my will. Like this thing goes here, I'm building something. This thing goes here. I'm telling material reality where it's going to go, what it's going to do, including my body. I'm telling my body, my hand. I'm telling my hand, grab this spring, put it there. And then, but this thing has a limit. At one point, I get tired, I fall asleep, and I'm defenseless and paralyzed. And then I go into this illusory world. See, I fall into myself, and then I'm trapped into a world of isolation. Okay, darkness and isolation. And then what happens? My eyes open, but it's like inner eyes, right? Eyes that are looking inward. And then I'm in this other world of illusions. It's like a temporary world, right? Because things don't accumulate in that world. When I work, I get up the next morning, my stuff that I did is still there. In that sense, it's a world of accumulation. That's why it's a pyramid too. Things don't just disappear. It's a world of relative permanence, right? But in the sleep world is a world of relative impermanence. So you can have recurring dreams, but every time it starts over. It's things that you do in the dream world, and then when you wake up, it's completely gone, and you're probably not going to see that again in a dream. So it's a world of impermanence, and it's like an illusory world. So this is what Eve does. So this is a very iffy subject, but I'm going to do it. I don't care. So Eve creates a world of illusions. So one might even say lies, right? That's what illusions are. And then in order to renew, fix something, heal something, because when we're tired, it's like we're sick. This is important to understand. I don't think a lot of people make this connection, but it's obvious. It's like you're sick, you're falling asleep, it's like you're dying. So, but this sleep is done for the purpose of healing you. So this is the real meaning of the snake that heals the snake is what I'm saying here. You get stung by a snake, and it makes you fall in order to heal you. Okay, and not to be confused with the other snake that wants to kill you. That's the thing. Always have to remember both, because it's easy to then become completely ridiculous and fall into this. Oh, anytime I get poisoned, it's good. No, it's not good.
What's interesting is what was I going to say? This
anytime
dichotomy.
I get poisoned, it's good. No, it's not good.
I'll keep going. Hold on.
Sometimes somebody's trying to kill you. Like that's what
I feel like.
stories
Wait,
and
rather than going forward,
he is not.
let's replay what he just said, because I feel like that was some of the densest, meatiest part of his whole point. So let's.
I'm gonna slow it down too.
And then I'm in this other world of illusions. It's like a temporary world, right? Because things don't accumulate in that world. You know, when I work, I get up the next morning, my stuff that I did is still there. You know, that in that sense, it's a world of accumulation. That's why it's a pyramid too. Things don't just disappear. It's a world of relative permanence, right? But in the sleep world is a world of relative impermanence. So you can have recurring dreams, but every time it starts over. You know, it's things that you do in the dream world, and then when you wake up, it's completely gone, and you're probably not going to see that again in a dream. So it's a world of impermanence, and it's like an illusory world. So this is what Eve does. So this is a very iffy subject, but I'm going to do it. I don't care. So Eve creates a world of illusions. So one might even say lies, right? That's what illusions are. And then
really quick, I was just, what's coming to my mind with this are things that sort of distract us from the underlying truth of the thing. So what I mean by that is like really nice aesthetics, or the words of someone over the actions of someone. The thing that sort of like hides the thing. So you have the veil. So the veil would be the words, and then the thing would be the actions, or what's actually being done beyond the words or behind the words. Or the veil would be like the aesthetics of something, and then but then behind the aesthetics, it's like what is the thing actually doing? Like what is the telos of the thing versus the aesthetics of the thing?
Yeah, I tend to, I think, interpret this kind of thinking in line with what Kierkegaard means by irony. And it's kind of related to what I start out every stream with. It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. That quote from PVK, because I do think that there's a sense in which, like the parables, it's serving a double function. It is nutrients to those who have ears to hear, and it is stumbling block and folly to those who are perishing. And so rather than focusing on the like, that it would be some sort of lie that the decept, or that I don't know. I guess I'm right there with you, wrestling on the idea of like the trickster, or like pulling a prank, or the kind of basically what he was describing. I can't remember the exact words he used, but I don't know what were the words he used. It was like a fantasy or a trick or something like that.
The illusion.
Illusion. That's it. Yeah, illusion.
But that's the point, Mike. It's the music. Let's talk about music. It's the impermanent, and he throw in there before the idea of the pyramid. You say, what's up the pyramid about? It's the pyramid is the patriarchy. Is the things that you do, they accumulate and they go from bottom to the top. But in the feminine, in the sleep state, the things, they do not accumulate, they vanish, they do not stack up. You don't find them in the morning. So
there's one other there's one other thing that just occurs to my mind. It's not just sleep where this phenomena exists, where it doesn't accumulate. It's also in our phenomenological experience, they don't accumulate. So what I mean by that is, like, if you see if you listen to a really great song, it's incredible, it's amazing, and then you listen to that song again and it's still pretty good, and then you listen to that song a third time and it's okay, and you listen to that song a fourth time, and in all of our phenomenological experience, we have, in economic terms, this is called diminishing marginal utility, where you're hungry, the first hamburger you eat is awesome, and the second hamburger is like pretty good, and the third hamburger you're like, ugh, and by the fourth you're throwing up, and but what I'm saying is kind of like the dreams have that same phenomenon. All of our phenomenological. Yeah, go ahead.
But that's the pyramid, Neil. You get a lot on the bottom, and then you get less and less and less and less, and then nature will call you for rest because you are not getting any more. That's diminishing return of Cain. That we will go there later, explaining why that's related to Cain. That didn't want to rest, didn't give rest to the land, so it did not produce its fruits anymore, and that was not. That was the part that wasn't good.
The reason I'm making this point is let's say the masculine accumulation, like that pyramid structure, is only the accumulation is what we conceptually consider objective reality. Meaning like, it like from the objective point of view, we are making progress or we're accumulating, but from the phenomenological point of view, those, and I'll say that instead of subjective because it's equally objective is what I'm saying. The subjective objective is what I'm saying is the objective. What I'm trying to say is the objective experience. Sorry,
I know what you're trying to say.
Yes, you're trying to say the factual reality of our subjective experience.
Yeah, the objective fact of our subjective experience. Yes.
Correct. Yeah, and in that reality, the accumulation has diminishing returns, as Clint said, and so it's kind of like we're almost obligated to share in regard to our. I don't know why I'm making this point now, but it occurs to me that like, we're almost obligated. We're almost obligated to share our phenomenological experience with others, such that they are able to partake in that initial experience. I don't know, to get that same first wine.
I got you, but I think that's the wonderful thing is that there is not a distinction there between the material and the phenomenological and the spirit. It's all the same. It's the same pattern of accumulation and then the need for rest and possibly the option for sharing. There is no distinction there between the material and non-material. It happens in everything.
Maybe this is a dumb question, but it just occurred to me. Is like, why would illusion and renewal be connected?
I think it's related to you cannot receive something unless you give it away. Unless so it's something like the illusion has to break. And once the illusion breaks, then you can receive something new. I think it's something like that because when you
but the dream is the illusion, right? Like the
dream is the illusion. Yeah,
illusion or illusory, right?
No. But sometimes the dream is more real than reality. So here's what I mean. And we're getting this in that I had a dream. I had a dream that profoundly changed over time. It took time for this to happen, but it profoundly changed my view of reality, in no small part because of this dream. So the illusion of the dream shattered the illusion of reality that Neil Daedalus had at a certain stage in my life. And it wasn't the only thing that shattered that, but it was a series of events, and the dream was one of them that shattered that reality.
Yes, but that's more psychoanalytical and Freudian still. I think the idea is to see beyond any specific dream what is the pattern of sleep and rest, and see if the dream itself reveals something about that pattern rather than revealing something about the waking life, because we have experience all the time that reveals something about our waking life, but we want to understand something about the meaning of sleep itself. And my first intuition, was the connection with the illusion was that, okay, you need to trick the mind in order to give up control, because it's not doing it on its own. I don't know if this idea is exhaustive or complete. Probably not, but that's the only thing that I got for now.
What's the difference between an illusion and a heuristic for seeing the world? Because the world is too complicated, so you cannot see the fullness of the world.
I think of illusion as like the very location of the acknowledgement that you are not seeing the world in totality. Right? That you are like that's kind of it's the opening up of what you just described. Which is why it's related to the known unknown situation. I think that Tunji's right on that they're I think that it's maybe I would lean towards it being less of a trick and more of a humbling of the this goes along with my epistemic humility and the absurd, that I think that like that's my process, that you're in this stage of you're in the masculine frame of accumulation where things are permanent and things make sense, and you place the grain in the harvest, or the the grain in the silo yesterday, that same grain's going to be there. And then something normally happens in your life, whether it be a rock bottom moment or a mountaintop moment, that breaks up your ability to put your trust in your silo, and that the illusory nature of it is meant to point you towards that with which you cannot understand, that you have to stand under, that you have to submit to. And so it would make that's why I asked the question, because to me there is a point of maybe not illusion, but a recognition in a dream, but in also our understanding of dreams. Like you said earlier, like the dreams that you understand are just kind of like, that's like obvious, but it's those might be the dreams that you don't remember, right? Is the dreams that you understand. But the dreams that you don't understand, those are the ones that, you end up having to go to Daniel or something. But yeah, does that make any sense at all?
It felt to me like you were describing art as you were describing that. The illusion that points you to a greater truth. And that's how I think of art. Like good art is that. Good art is by any but good art is also a heuristic of reality in some way, shape, or form. And I think the illusion is a good illusion is simply a heuristic of reality that is a different heuristic than the one you're using, but it's nonetheless tied to reality. So here's an example that pops into my mind is the Genesis series, Peterson's Genesis lectures. They were casting hella spells on a number of us, myself included. So that illusion of reality of the Genesis as it was presented by Peterson, and also in presented by Pajot, this Pajot I would add, is nonetheless a different heuristic of reality than at least what I was considering reality. And that illusion that Peterson was presented then pointed me to a greater understanding of reality. Now, my understanding of reality now is still an illusion, because I think this is Luke Thompson's point that everything is God of my understanding. It's the best approximation as I understand God, even within the framework of, let's say, my Catholic faith, or because it's still my own understanding of God presented in that faith.
I disagree with everything of that, but with everything that Luke Thompson says.
Yeah, I'm struggling to make the move that you're making of the illusion. Like, to me, it's like it seems more obvious that the good illusion would be more like an illusion for your good. Like the idea that, you could imagine a parent telling a child that if they, not to talk to strangers because they, you know, it could be somebody who is an evil person that wants to do them harm, you know, and so you could overemphasize that for a point of safety, and I feel like that's the type of good illusion he's talking about, or the way that your wife may lie to you in order to throw you a surprise birthday party. That kind of trick or illusion seems closer to a good illusion. I'm not sure I understand how you're making the jump between, well, basically saying that like our frameworks, which, and this is the weird thing, I don't necessarily disagree with you that like, yes, our frameworks are kind of like, you know, ad hoc, best that we can manage at the moment type of thing. But I wonder if defining an illusion as that, or defining that as an illusion, is kind of missing the mark in some regard, just because I do think that the chat, some of the people in the chat are right that like there does seem to be an element of deception involved in illusion. And I don't know if you could, I mean, you could call it being deceived maybe in the passive voice, but to automatically think of something like a worldview in that respect is an interesting move. I'm not sure I can completely follow yet.
There is deception. It's not conscious. So I would say, you know, to the extent that I'm confident in my worldview, I am most likely being deceived in some way, shape, or form. Because my worldview is, you know, if I believe in an objective, unifying truth to all things, am I so prideful that I think the way I see the world is married to that unified objective truth in all things? And the more that I've gotten comfortable with my illusions being shattered, the more that I'm comfortable kind of navigating with my best understanding, the more I'm comfortable with subsequent illusions being shattered, I would say. So here's an illusion that was shattered. So prior to 2005, New Orleans was protected by levees, and they were protected by levees. Illusion shattered after 2005. And then that's something now we don't assume that we're protected. So every hurricane, there's like, are the levees going to hold? Yes, they held with Ida. Yes, they held with this one, Francine. It's like, okay, but that is a more accurate heuristic than the original illusion that the city was under in 2003, 2004. That, so I'm saying this in any riddle that we are posed in our own lives. Those riddles are usually posed because we are stuck in them. Like our thinking is trapped within that riddle. And I mean that from like how to get a job to a relationship to like that is a conundrum, an illusion that's presented in how you're seeing it. And what I'm saying is that I think the point I'm trying to make with all this is like humility is the exact opposite of pride for this reason, because pride is saying I am confident in however I think about the world or whatever the situation is. I am certain I've got it right. I'm certain I'm right. I'm certain. That's pride.
I always think of pride as being more, it's like, it's not thinking of yourself or your opinions. It is thinking of them higher than you ought, but it's also just thinking about them too much, right? Like it's maybe a both and in this case of like, because you can take pride in your epistemic humility, right? You can say, like Socrates, the only thing I know is that I know nothing, and I have been blessed by the gods at Delphi because of this wisdom that I.
Well, that's prideful too.
Yeah, right. And so it's a thinking of yourself more highly than you ought, but it's also a thinking of yourself more often than you ought. And once again, back to now we're back to the love point. But I've got to take a little bio break here. And so you guys continue the conversation, but I'm going to be taking care of my bodily functions for a second here.
All right.
Can you keep listening, or should we? Well, we can continue.
Yeah, I can keep listening. I'll put in a headphone. I'll join from my mobile.
Yeah, we'll play it. You okay with playing it, Tunji?
Yeah. I wanted to give credit to Clint for a very good point on Ecclesiastes and the vapor. That's the illusion. It's what you can grasp in your hand and is disappearing. So it's not necessarily. It's again, it's the idea of the thing that is not permanent. You stretch your hand, you go to grab it, and there is nothing there. So is that a lie? Is it, well, is something that is vanishing, and vanity of vanity, everything. It's a vanity.
But if you abstract one level up, it is permanent. Meaning,
no,
yeah.
Neil, no. I think that what you were pointing out with your example is the dissolution of the illusion, is the waking up. The people in the city, they wake up when the thing struck, and then you have this new clarity there. But as long as you're asleep, you don't have that clarity. That's the time where the mind is in a state where it doesn't know really, and it's open to all possibilities. Things can be in different ways. The Schrödinger superposition at that point, but when you open the box is when you wake up, and then you see what's there. So you are ready for the new day at that point.
But at the same time, as Christians, we don't doubt that there is an overlying reality that my words will not pass away. We don't doubt that there is an impermanence, or sorry, a permanence that is beyond our subjective experience of impermanence.
Yeah, but that's the night, and that's the fate. Every night we trust that the sun will rise up again, but we don't have any. There is nothing that will actually. There is not a law that has a contract that we sign up with the universe that tell us that don't worry, tomorrow morning the sun will go up, So and when we go to sleep as well, there is not a contract with the universe that tell us 100% guarantee you're going to wake up tomorrow. No, there is every time we lose that control on reality. We close our eyes in the night and in the sleep, and then
we're getting a lot of wind.
Yeah.
And we might get a different kind of stream if you don't mute yourself.
All right.
While you're in.
You got my point. That's
No, I do.
That's the night.
I'm gonna keep playing.
Go ahead.
In order to renew, fix something, heal something, because when we're tired, it's like we're sick. This is important to understand. I don't think a lot of people make this connection, but it's obvious. It's like you're sick. You're falling asleep. It's like you're dying. So, but this sleep is done for the purpose of healing you. So this is the real meaning of the snake that heals the snake is what I'm saying here. You get stung by a snake, and it makes you fall in order to heal you. Okay. And not to be confused with the other snake that wants to kill you. That's the thing. Always have to remember both, because it's easy to then become completely ridiculous and fall into this. Oh, anytime I get poisoned, it's good. No, it's not good. Sometimes somebody's trying to kill you. Like that's what the story of Samson and Delilah means, right? She is not.
So I want to make a point about Samson and Delilah. He's right that her goal is not to help Samson, but it's interesting that regardless of her intent, that God brings about a greater good. So what I'm saying is that she is that let's say that bad stumbling block for Samson, but God turns it ultimately into a good stumbling block for Samson, in that it gives him the opportunity to truly avenge his enemies,
truly kill more people.
We're talking about a pre-Jesus ethos.
Yeah, no, just I don't know why she was any necessary in the sense I think don't question the fact that God transform or redeem the things for good, and that is certainly true, and always happens in the story in the Bible, because that's the basic message most of the time of the stories. of what God does through the adventures and the misadventures of the various characters and protagonists. But beyond that, that's you don't know who Dalila is, and that's part of the character of Dalila. So she's ambiguous until. So does she love Samson? Does she really love him? It looks like maybe yes. Surely he likes him a lot, and she wants him, but the reality is revealed. That's why it's the pattern of sleep. The reality for Samson is revealed when he wakes up, but now he's captured. And it's weird in the story because I first time that I read the narrative, you don't understand why Samson go back to Delilah again and again, even if it seems to be evident that she is trying to get, the secret of his strength to subdue him. Why does Samson go back to her? Well, maybe it's just that not is very smart, or is just he likes her anyway, doesn't care. But
well, I mean,
guess
we in classical
isn't
Disney
illusion.
fashion, we would call that true love. It's like your willingness to die for
No,
someone.
I don't think that's true love there. I think that he lives in that illusion when he is with Dalila.
You don't think unrequited love can be true? Unrequited love can absolutely be true, because Jesus demonstrates that.
Unrequited?
Unrequited love that's not returned.
Unreturned. Yeah, sure.
So
but
what I'm saying is what I'm saying is Delilah does not have the authority to govern Samson's love of Delilah. Samson's love of Delilah is up to Samson.
Yes.
Jesus wasn't an incel. He was a volcel. He was he was voluntarily celibate. It's not involuntary.
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
I think that I'm trying to see the point that Mathieu is trying to make with the story of Samson is that and what I can see on a basic level, I cannot tell really the quality and the truthfulness of the love of Delilah and Samson, but what we see in the story is that when Samson is with Delilah, he is in this sleep state. He is asleep. He gets asleep in his lap, in her lap always. That's what happened again and again in the story. She make him sleep, and he is not. It doesn't seem to be that rational with her, and by going to her again and again, and then he wakes up, but it was the bad kind of sleep, we find out, because he got captured and his eyes are gouged, so he doesn't open really his eyes again. He gets to sleep, but he's never open his eyes never again.
Yeah, but again, that's of this world. It's of this world.
Yeah, I don't think that the point of the Samson and Delilah story, is to.
You're kind of quiet again. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just not right up on my mic, but yeah, it seems to me like at least the plain reading of that story is kind of the moral of the story is basically like, watch out for women who will cut your hair and sell your people to the enemy. Like don't. It's kind of like an anti-Romeo and Juliet type of thing, right? Like it's sure for every Romeo and Juliet who healed their community through their scandalous love, there's a Samson who basically gets played by Delilah. Now, I think that the truth of what you're saying, Neil, of that, like what we mean for evil, God means for good, is always relevant. But that's also kind of part of the what he's talking about towards the end of this, where he talks about Christianity, and how I share some of his hesitancy, and this is why I don't often go full antinomian, because there is a reason that, the wisdom tradition is often, especially in Proverbs, it's like, don't go after the woman of the night. Her feet lead to death. Her feet go down to death. There's a severe warning, and a pointing to the this is a weakness of man. That this is our ability to be tricked by pretty women is fairly, is that the symbolism happens, or is that total depravity? I don't know. But yeah, like, I don't know. I don't mean for that to be a disagreement with you, Neil, because I do think that you're onto something with the, like, we shouldn't be so quick to say that Delilah only, that she didn't love Samson or whatever. But I do think that it's still kind of the point of the story is to say what Delilah did was wrong, and what Samson did in allowing Delilah to do what she did was wrong. But yeah, many stories in the Bible are like that, right? Like, it's very rare that somebody does something right and is crucified for it.
Well, a good story has, a myriad of depth to it, and perhaps this is one of those. Yeah. All right, we keep going.
Back at it.
A good woman. She is the enemy. But this is why this subject is iffy and difficult, because of course she's going to pretend she's the good woman. See, you can't know easily what the difference, because if the good woman poisons you in order to heal you, that's an easy in for the enemy that pretends to be your friend in order to kill you easily, right? So Delilah she looks like a good woman, she has him sleep on her lap. You see, that's why she's doing that, because whoever wrote that story understands deeply what I'm talking about here. She's making him sleep. Now he trusts her, big mistake. She was an enemy. And then she tries to bind him. We all know the story. And then she tries to get him killed, basically captured by the enemy. So she becomes a prisoner. So you can see how this subject is very, it's not an easy one, because people today have a tendency of doing this thing where it's all or nothing. It's always all or nothing. Calm down. You can just understand some aspect, and you don't have to go nuts in that direction. You don't have to start bowing before your enemy now because you understand this idea that sometimes your enemy is good. You don't have to start hurting yourself, or all these madness. These are all due to people seeing a truth, because it's kind of an esoteric truth, what I'm talking about. Because why is it esoteric? Because sleep is not a public thing. It's a private thing. It's a secret thing. It's by definition secret. You go in your dream world, nobody knows about it. It's you. It's secret. It's by definition. So the whole idea of the occult comes from this. Okay, comes from the analogies of the sleep world, which is a secret place that you go. And a lot of occult powers are perversions of this, by the way. So I don't know, maybe it's not a good idea to get into this, but I could just mention at least a lot of the occult is a perversion of sleep. So it's either taking this power of sleep, which is supposed to be for healing and renewal, and then using that energy of renewal for something else, some purpose that's not renewal, some purpose that is usually adversarial. Okay,
is this sleep token?
Occult powers and sleep very related. It's the same energy, but it's used for different reasons. You see.
Sleep token.
People who can't sleep usually, who can't rest. Like I think it was with you. We talked about this, right? Vampires, if I recall. Yeah. So
yep.
Vampire is an example. Someone who can't sleep, and then the occult powers of the vampire actually come from the fact that he can't sleep. And this is kind of weird what I'm saying. But the powers of sleep, instead of using them for sleep, he's using them for other purposes. Okay. So, and then for him to renew himself, he has to get that somewhere else, which is symbolized by the blood of an innocent person that doesn't know what's happening, right? And why blood, by the way? I don't know if I mentioned this last time, because blood is about renewal. Blood is the liquid of renewal. So you get injured, quite literally. Everything I say, by the way, is almost always quite literally. That's the thing. We got to be careful when we talk about symbolism, because it can easily go into this metaphorical world.
The cycle, the blood cycle,
literal stuff. But there's a kind of a literal that you can expand on it, and then just generalize from that, right? So for example, everything I said about sleep at the individual level, you can apply it to a civilization. A civilization also sleeps. Civilization also works. So in that sense, it's not like a metaphor or the negative side of what there's a part of symbolism that's just not interesting to me. It's like just random associations, against symbolism.
I kind of want to mention a few things about vampires.
Let's do it. Vampire talk. Let's go. Tunji sounds like a vampire. Elephant in the room.
Yeah, but I'm like really pasty white, and I live in New Orleans.
Neil looks like a vampire. Tunji sounds like a vampire. I'm with two vampires here.
It occurred to me that vampirism, or the ideas around vampirism, are precisely equal and opposite that of the Eucharist. So we eat the body and blood of we take the body and blood of Christ that lasts forever, and knowing our body forms will die, but that our spirits will live forever. Whereas a vampire preserves its bodily form forever, such that even though it has no soul, it has no spirit. When he was talking, his previous conversation with this same guy, he was talking about mirrors, like the ability to look into the water and see yourself. And that was the only time in the ancient world that they could see themselves, is looking into still water. And vampires can't see themselves in the mirror because so the idea of looking into the mirrors, then you can see yourself. And let's say your previous illusion of yourself is shattered. And then if the previous illusion of yourself is shattered, then you can create a better heuristic, a better illusion of yourself, and move forward. And so you are transformed by your ability to see yourself through the illusion. I think it's very similar with the feminine that he's talking about. So it's your ability for personal transformation. Whereas a vampire, if they can't see themselves, they're never changing. They're static. They're stuck in impermanence. So it's like hell so they have themselves forever and everything they want forever, but that's it. They're stuck with themselves forever. Okay, another thing. How do you kill a vampire?
Garlic.
Garlic keeps them at bay, because garlic it preserves against decay.
Yeah, these
so that's
vampires are like they're a Protestant slur at this point, right? Like, because they're just kind of like, they hiss at the iconography. You kill them with a wooden stake. They're anti-Eucharist.
Well, you hit it right there.
Yeah.
So Clint hit it. It's a wooden stake. Okay, it's a wooden stake. Okay, so first of all, so Christ is flayed out on his outskirts. His hands are hammered, but not with wood. They're hammered with metal, and into his feet they're hammered with metal. But his heart is laid bare. Christ's heart is open to the world. And a vampire is the opposite. It takes wood instead of the metal, and it goes straight through the heart. So the way you kill a vampire is at its core, is at its center. That it's like you basically take what's natural and good. Let's say the wood. I don't know about the wood and the metal. I have to think about that a little bit more. It's something like the metal is the artifact. The tree. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil goes straight through the heart of the vampire, and that's what kills it. And it's the heart.
It's the tree of life too. Vampires partook of the tree of life. They're basically why the flaming sword exists, right? Because had Adam and Eve taken from the knowledge of good and evil and then immediately taken from the tree of life, they would basically have been these eternal, ageless, dead individuals. Basically just kind of hotel rooms for demons, and some of us still are. Garlic is the interesting thing because it is super Italian, It's like It's like the most Catholic thing besides what's super Catholic? Being drunk.
Well, isn't silver silver too? So isn't silver used in like hospitals as a disinfectant, or like a substance that like bacteria do not?
Yeah.
It's like, so silver is anti-decay also.
Phoebus, I won't stand for Luke's slander when he's not even here or in the live chat. You're going to have to keep your intrusive thoughts about your nemesis, Luke, to streams involving him, brother.
I'm already here to disagree.
Yeah. Tunji's on screen as the perfect embodiment of anti-Lukeism. So you don't need to...
And anti-nihilisms, apparently.
Yeah. No. Only when you quote Luke.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going if that's okay.
See, here we have the stumbling block for our good. We're here for Tunji. Tunji's here for us.
I'm the stumbling block for both Protestants and Catholics.
Yeah. Don't get me and Tunji started. We'll put you in the dirt, dude, along with the capital C Catholic Church. We don't care. We're Protestant forever, baby. And obviously, this is all a joke, folks. Don't take it too seriously.
Fire at will, Commander.
This is my bad name, actually. You're not supposed to assign meaning to things. You're supposed to find the meaning of the thing, you see, and then understand all the implications of that. It's not the same.
That's huge. Wait, pause that.
So if you ask me, for example, what's the meaning?
What was that specifically? He said you're
What
not
was
meant
that?
to try to figure out the meaning of things. You're meant to find the meaning of things.
Oh, hold on. I'm doing the
I
grizz.
can't hold it.
I can hold it.
You're supposed to find the meaning of the thing, you see, and then understand all the implications of that. It's not the same. So if you ask me, for example, what's the meaning of a cup? I've been thinking a lot about
Go back further. Go back further. You didn't go back far enough.
I am
like
your
the grail.
father.
What's the grail to
I
me?
am
It's
your
like just
father.
random
Further.
associations, you know. It gives symbolism a bad name, actually. You're not supposed to
give
assign meaning to
symbolism a
things.
bad
You're
name.
supposed to
Okay, you're not supposed to assign meaning to things.
find the meaning of the thing.
You're supposed to find the meaning of the thing. Meaning the meaning of the thing is before you and supersedes you. The form is a greater reality than your personal imposition of the meaning.
You see, and then understand all the implications of that. It's not the same.
Can you avoid it though? Like,
If
I
you
guess
ask me, for example,
we don't need to watch the whole thing, even though I'm glad that we're going through it. But I also want to be sensitive and just kind of say, like, the whole thing is out there. If you guys want to watch it without our interruptions. But like, I really want to pause on that because I'm not so certain that it's as easy to disambiguate the difference between I can't remember the exact words used, but basically like applying a meaning versus discovering a meaning or figuring out a meaning. So like, what is the big difference there? How do we know when
Is music invented or discovered?
Exactly. I mean, that's the kind of question that seems to be provoking, right? Is like
Yeah.
and he's kind of
it's
taking
a
the
bit-
side of it should not be invented. It should only be discovered.
I think it's all discovered. I think all of it.
But he contradicts also himself. I don't think if he talks about that already, or he's going to say in a little bit about the naming of Adam of the animals. So there he says that giving the name was in fact basically giving the. I don't know if he says giving the meaning of finding the meaning of the. I guess he says it's attributing the meaning to the things. That's what he says. So, but now he says that you have to find the meaning. But probably we are taking that sentence a little bit too compressing too much things into it, because now is more talking about the dreams and not the reality. And the two things are not exactly the same. So there is I guess there is something more to hear from that.
I think you're right that that's not the main point of this section, but it seemed it raised a flag in my head because it seemed to be a very kind of like he certainly seemed to pick a side, we'll say.
Can I keep going? Go.
Yeah, keep going.
what's the meaning of a cup? I've been thinking a lot about that recently. So, like the Grail. What's the Grail? And
What's the meaning of a cup? Too, so. Could be funny branding.
So, you're not supposed to impose meaning upon this object, okay, in some philosophical way. You're supposed to understand what a cup is. So, what's a cup? A cup is a vessel of refreshment, or something like that. It's a vessel that you use to refresh yourself. Now, if I just say that, it sounds not profound. But that's just because most people don't know what the importance is of refreshment. See? So if you think this thing called refreshment is not important, then if I say the Grail is a vessel of refreshment, then it's going to look like I'm not saying anything important, obviously, right? So this is why sometimes people go off with metaphors and stuff. I don't even know what I would want to give an example of bad symbolism, but I don't know.
He can't even give an example of bad symbolism.
My mind it hates so much these kinds of this kind of symbolism that I can't even pretend to do it. So I don't know. The Grail is. Well, like in Da Vinci's Code. There you go.
Da Vinci Code.
See, I didn't even have to make it up. I feel better now. So it's the Grail is represents the royal lineage. Okay, really? Why? Why? Because it holds the blood? Is that the reason? Because other cups that are also in ancient stories and even in the Bible don't have blood in them. So why is it that? It's not. Sorry, but it is about blood though, because blood is a renewal, is a liquid of refreshment of renewal. So it does work, and usually it's wine, it can be water. But the idea is, if you understand the concept of renewal and refreshment, then you understand what the Grail is. If you don't, you don't. So, and it's part of the symbolism I'm talking about here. So actually, if you want to understand, for example, what's the Grail, I could say, you find the Grail when you go to sleep. See, that would be more meaningful than all the crap that's being said out there. Because when you fall asleep, you get renewed. So falling asleep is the Grail. I could say that too. Okay. And this is why in the stories, when they go looking for the Grail,
all the crap that's being said out there.
Losing
control,
who
he's talking about.
Going back to nature, not being in control of things, and like losing their direction, not knowing what they're doing, losing even their quest to find the Grail. You see, because that's what happens when you fall asleep.
Religion.
See, you think you're going on a quest for the Grail. It's like you think when you sleep, you think you're going to work. Your mind thinks with a narrative of work most of the time. I'm doing something. I'm going somewhere in specifically, right? I've got this goal, this plan that I'm working towards. That's our mind is used to thinking more like that. Okay. When you fall asleep, what happens? This narrative of working gets twisted and falls apart.
Can you pause it?
Everything that's your narrative usually functions on.
Have you guys ever
tearing
had
me apart when I'm with you?
Have you guys ever had a video game brain or problem solving brain? Like I've had that so bad before that I couldn't sleep. That my brain would not quiet down because it was trying to solve the same problem, or I had binge played some sort of mobile game on my phone, and so like my whole brain when I sleep is like crossword puzzles, or the game that really gets me is Polytopia. It's like a combination of like chess and Civ, and so it's but that was what I was thinking about when he was going through this section of like that kind of bringing the problem solving brain to the dream, and in some ways maybe the frustration of that problem solving brain is the dream. Mandy giving me official validation. I am a woman. I do not have to take up the trans moniker. I am just a cis man who is also a woman. So that is I'm very grateful for that designation. It reminds me of the many African Americans in my life who have given me similar status in regards to claiming identities that are not mine. And I will take it as inclusion rather than some sort of cruel joke against me.
Do you have something you want to add?
That's the problem of the impermanence again. You have to let the thing go. The mind wants to keep grasping the thing, but the rest is when you let go. So, and I guess that's more of the vapor analogy again. Your mind will still try to grasp the thing, but then there is nothing, and then you let go because you do the gesture, you do the movement, and then, but you are released from the actual grasping solution or grabbing the thing. And by the way, Megmo, if you start seeing a health bar over the people's head, then you need to stop playing World of Warcraft. That's what I mean.
Yeah, the health bar above people's head is very funny. I've also I
critical hits.
Some of the like coolest dreams I've ever had have been when I've been working on music. And it's not the dream of like me moving around or like working through the program that I have, but more of an abstracted, like I'm can manipulate the geometry of the music, and that I can, it's almost like a lucid dream where if I think it, I can hear it, kind of a thing. Those have been probably some of the top 5 dreams of my life. But few and far between, and I've come to not kind of look up to my
top 5 dreams of his life.
I've come to not really give much importance to my dreams, just because for every like seemingly meaningful dream, there's a dream where like I have an anxiety attack because one of my friends has a mustache who's never had a mustache before, and so I spend the whole dream just kind of freaking out about being the only person in my dream who doesn't know that he has a mustache, and he's always had a mustache. So like that is, to me, it's very funny that like I just keep remembering that what he's talking about, for me personally, many of my dreams are just kind of silly and like very humorous in their unimportance. And so it is kind of funny for him to be, using this language of renewal. And then I think of my dream, and it's like, oh yeah, my buddy Brooks has a big mustache now, and he used to not have a mustache, and somehow that's what my brain is like grappling with. That's the impermanence. That's the that's the illusory nature of the reality that my brain needs to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of illusions, let's go.
Okay. Until you completely have no more purpose and you lose completely your sense of working. That now you're in rest. Okay. So now you found the grail, and now you get renewed, and now you get back up. Now you're back again. You return to nature. This is one way to see it. Finding the grail is returning to nature, because nature renews. That's why. Because going to nature means you stop controlling, you stop working. Okay? When you're awake, you control your body. If you want to renew, what do? You let go of you lose control of your body. Your mind doesn't tell your body what to do anymore. You're going back to nature. Your body now belongs to nature when you're sleeping. We can say it like that. And then that's when the renewal happens. Now, this is a complicated subject. I won't get into that here. Why does it renew when we lose control and when we go back to nature? This is something I'm going to keep for my book. It's the answer also to why there's exile. Why sometimes people go into exile. It's the same reason. So yeah. So that's the feminine, right? The feminine is, so that was your original question. Sorry for the parentheses within parentheses within parentheses, but that's how my mind works. So yeah, so it's like the grail.
And we're adding parentheses.
Grail. Okay. It's about renewal. It's about making Adam lose control, putting him into a world of illusions, putting him into what I now call a holding pattern.
Music makes me lose control.
I don't know how to say better than holding pattern. You're in a pattern of not doing anything. So either you're turning in circles, or you're waiting for something. You're stuck. You're stuck in mud, something like that, until you're renewed, and then you're let go, and then you're back to normal again. So yeah, like I was saying, it's an iffy subject, and even in the Bible. So I know that I'm right because all the stories in the Bible confirm what I'm thinking now. Now that I understand this language enough.
So Protestant.
Clearly,
that's such a Protestant move.
And they're often weird stories that we kind of don't like, because we interpret the Bible morally with a moral. We think there's like always a little moral conclusion to it, but it's not about that, really. Okay, that doesn't take away morality, though. But it's not that. So when we see Rebecca doing things like tricking her husband, disguising her second son into her first son in order for the second one to get the blessing, she's putting him into a world of illusion, you see. And see, when it says that Isaac was blind, okay, why is he blind? Because that's what happens when you fall asleep. You go blind. See, it's just an example of when you start to understand these patterns, you start to understand these stories. They're not that hard to understand. It's only, they look weird because we neglect this whole side of reality, which is sleeping. We neglect it. It's like, it's not important. We don't think about it. And if you did think about it, which is what I'm doing, so we would see these patterns as not weird. So in the Bible, there's a few of these holding patterns. Someone wants to do something, he's being held. It's like there's in a distraction. It's usually written in a way where it's repeated again and again and again. It's like you want to do something. No, don't go, stay. And he stays another day. Okay, he wants to go. No, don't go, stay. This is called a holding pattern. It's in the Bible. The most obvious holding pattern is the one I'm describing. It's in the book of Judges near the end there, and it's what the Levite, I think, and the whore is like his whore wife, and then he wants to go, and then the father keeps them there for many days. It's like when you don't know this, you're like, what is this talking? Why is this in this story? What is this? But now to me, I understand it now. It's not weird at all. It's something that we all go through every day when we fall asleep. Okay. Now I looked at, like I said, hundreds of dreams. So now I'm really, really confident that this is the pattern. Like one of the parts of the dream is called the holding pattern, which is what I call the holding pattern. And it's very clear when you know this, you see it. It's like you see in the dream, oh, this is the holding pattern. Okay, there you go. It looks weird, but it's not that weird. Maybe I could give you an example of what I call a holding pattern. Okay, here's an example. There's lots of, in dreams, there's lots of airport scenes. Like people who are in an airport, and I never would have guessed this before. I looked at a bunch of dreams, but now I know. I saw it, but it's like people are in an airport. Okay, why? The reason is that's a holding pattern when you're in an airport. Okay, and it's particularly good symbol for sleeping because, well, like what I said before, dreams are they're just a narrative of falling asleep. Okay, that's important. Just a narrative of falling asleep and waking up. But there's so many ways to express that. There's many ways, and sometimes I'm amazed. Like every time I get a new dream, I'm like, wow, it's like beautiful. I don't know what part of us makes these dreams, but it's really clever. It's like really smart to put all these things together to make a narrative it doesn't look coherent, but it's actually always quite coherent when you know what it's talking about. If you don't know what it's talking about, it looks random, but it's not. So in an airport, it's a good symbol of sleeping because you land on a plane that's falling asleep. You wait at the airport, that's the holding pattern, and then you catch your next plane that's getting back up. Okay, so that's just one example. Okay, but I just want to give an example of a holding pattern. So that's one, waiting at an airport after you landed from one plane and waiting for the next. That's a holding pattern when you're at the airport. So lots of dreams happen at airports, but that's just one of many possible. Okay, I'll give you another example. It's an easy one. There's lots of dreams too in jail, prison.
All right, I'm just gonna put this out there. The airport immediately struck me, but then he mentioned jail as the second example. But my most impactful, meaningful dream took place in an airport, and in effect, I was in jail for some period of time.
Being a bad boy.
Yeah, so it's like these first two examples that it's like, oh geez, he hit me hard. So I would say
it's a Denver
based on my own experience so far, everything he's saying maps. So just put it,
because it's a holding pattern. Okay? So you're in prison. It's just a representation of sleep. When you fall asleep, you're paralyzed. You're stuck in this little world of isolation, and you're stuck there until you are rehabilitated, like a prison. And you just got to stay there. That's prison. You go there, you're stuck in this little tiny little cell, this little world, which when you dream is a representation of you're stuck in your body, stuck in your little cell, and you're not interacting much with others. Like when you sleep, you're not interacting with yourself. Until you just sleep. You're rehabilitated. Same pattern. And there's lots of dreams. Another example. I'm just going to give a couple examples here. Lots of dreams are in hospital. Same reason. Because you're in a hospital. Why? When you're in a hospital, usually it's obviously because you're sick, which is what happens when you fall asleep. You're kind of sick, weak, losing control of yourself. You fall asleep. Okay, that's like going into the hospital, going into the waiting room or something like that to see your doctor. Okay, you're just waiting there. And then the thing is, just the waiting is where you get healed. It's kind of like you're being rehabilitated by just being in prison and waiting. And being in the hospital, basically, you wait. So there's lots of things in hospitals because, again, these are good representations of what's happening during sleep. You have a lot of examples, but I think that's enough for that pattern there. So I used to, when I saw this in dreams, I used to think it was totally random. When I saw these dreams, like, airport, that's such a boring dream too. Why is this dream about airports? But now, after looking at a few of them, I started to figure out what it meant. These are just examples. Yeah.
Can you talk a bit about Mary as well as like the role of the feminine?
Please pause it. The holding pattern thing. What's the holding pattern thing, Neil? Because I feel like that hit me so hard, and I couldn't really put words to.
I have two thoughts for that. One is what's owed to God, and one is God giving to us, which is the first one is atonement, I would say. But the second one, which sorry, I think that's Tunji. But anyway, the second one is remember I talked about the mind and heart dichotomy. So yes. I can begin to believe in Christ, but that's different than actually taking it on. He a little bit later in this conversation, he talks about sometimes you're not ready. So sometimes you can't at certain stages of whatever you're doing, you're not ready for that thing. You're not ready for. So I felt this way about coming out of TLC, coming out of the lurk in TLC. Like I felt like it was time to come out of the lurk because I wasn't really resentful anymore. Like it occasionally like springs up within me and stuff. But that was an indicator that it was okay to begin playing with others because I wasn't going to have this kind of. My hope was that I wouldn't have this negative effect on the people I came in contact with. Not even negative, that I would use others as a way of venting my anger, frustration, like everything that it would be the opposite of taking the sins of the world onto myself. Yeah. So anyway, so like the holding pattern.
No, say more about the opposite of taking the sins of the world upon yourself. So you were basically hiding from responsibility.
Well, the holding pattern is taking responsibility in some way, shape, or form. Because it's saying that
I am not sufficient or I am not ready. It's waiting for something. It's allowing, and in effect, I would say it's allowing your heart to be changed by your head, and not just your head, but your conscious practices. It's the 4 P's.
Is it not
but it starts with your head. It starts with your head. It starts with the desire to change. When Chad talks about standing by the door, like the desire to actually, and not just desire, but like the willingness to actually break some pattern of yourself.
Okay, so that is a completely different understanding of what I got from it, because I was thinking of it more as the type of patience that is required in the situation that God puts us in to teach us not only to be patient, but how patient He is. And maybe that's because I have the end of the conversation in mind as well. But like, yeah, when I hear that now, I'm less thinking about any type of sorry Clint and Neil, but it does not strike me as the type of Pelagian call to piety. You know, it strikes me as when you're in an airport, you know, you have made it past security, and you can't make the airplane land and unload faster. You just have to wait until you're called, and you are in complete subjection to a system that is larger than yourself. So to me, that's what more so it feels like. Now there's certainly like probably connections to be made by how an addict operates in an airport, because as one, I really am made aware of certain addictions that I have that you're not allowed to do in airports, such as making a scene. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I don't know. I guess that would be like, I think do you see that as like a different take on what you were saying? Because I was failing to see how the holding pattern would be some sort of like alcoholic's first step or something. I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood.
I have a few biblical. Well, go ahead, Tunji. Yeah.
Yeah, because I found that point also very insightful, and I have to say to Neil that it still looks to me that you are pointing up to the waking up and not to the sleeping part with your example, because the holding pattern is the opposite of the patriarchy, is the opposite of that pyramid, is where the thing you wish to make something out of the layover in the airport, you know, but you are forced to this it's forced unproductivity. You wish to do something in prison, but it's forced unproductivity. And if you want to make something of valuable, quote unquote valuable, or in a sense profitable in that holding pattern, then you are not in the holding pattern anymore. You are in the waking pattern. You are accumulating stuff, but it's what he's describing is exactly that place where you are. It's like, sorry, you're not in control. You just have to wait for the attendant. You have to wait for the sentence, and then the gym is over and you wake up.
Yeah, something you said, Tunji, came to my mind. So one thing I struggle with, and this is probably a personal bias, is the idea that we are always that at any given point in time we are completely powerless, or at any given point in time there's nothing we can do. I don't think that's actually true. I think you can always pray. I think you can always sing. Well, not always sing, but I think even within your own mind, if I was a quadriplegic, I think there are certain things that I could do. I could recite a rosary within my own mind. But I was struck by so that, and we talked about this on the Discord earlier today, that I basically my willingness to give up my agency is zero, and the reason for that is, like, in my own life, everything that I've experienced that could be regarded as let's say a negative, like, I deserved it, or at the very least, even if I deserve, like, at the very least, I can easily interpret it in such a way that it was intended for the good. Everything in my life, all the injustice, all the anything. Like I really have come to that realization. So, but what struck me, Tunji, about what you were saying was that where we think of the masculine as building the pyramid up, as building something in the physical world, in the holding pattern, the change is you, because you can't, like the physical pattern is not, but we are always changing. So anyone who says, wait, listen, let me finish this point. Anyone who says that they have not changed or are not changing is a liar, because what life is and what time is change inevitably. And the question is, change toward what or for what? And so that the holding pattern is inevitably change, but it's change within.
Yeah, that's when the renew happens. It happens while you sleep. But you only notice that when you wake up.
Yeah, I think you can notice it, but it's gradual and it's difficult to notice in short periods of time. But over longer periods of time,
you have to let it go. Otherwise, the symbolism breaks. You want to have what's it called? The dreams that you can still control yourself in the dream, and have agency in the dream. But
lucid dreaming is the word.
Lucid dreaming, yeah.
I'm reminded of a biblical quote. It's a weird one. It's all the way at the end of one of the Gospels. I forget which one. And Jesus says to them, "But stay in the city until clothed with power from on high." And that's a holding pattern. The holding pattern is stay in the city until clothed with power from on high. You pulled that gospel. It is.
Yeah, but the specifics there of the instruction is more like stay awake. Yeah, don't fall asleep, stay awake.
No, the city would be a protected
Hold on, guys.
area.
Hold on, guys. Mark S., can you confirm it's you? Can we hear you say something, bud?
Yeah, it's me.
All right. Welcome aboard, brother.
Thank you.
Hey.
I'm going to take this as a good excuse to make a smoke break. Neil, I'll put back up Peugeot so that if you guys want to play, you can. But I need to take my dog out for a potty break, so I'll be back in a few, y'all.
All right, I'll start cooking.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mark.
Thanks. Yeah, Neil, you inspired me to get on because I've just been lurking, So I got to interact a little bit, get in there. I don't mean to.
No.
I don't mean to derail the conversation.
Anything that you wanted to add with what we were just talking about?
Just maybe a little personal experience. I've had like literally hundreds of dreams where I'm like stuck in an underground bus station. I just have like this reoccurring dream, and yeah, I don't know what Tunji was saying about not being stuck in a place. Like I also have reoccurring dreams that I'm like in people's house that I don't know too well, and I have to stay there. And I can't, like, it's my only place to stay, and I don't really know them very well, and it's super uncomfortable. And yeah, I feel like I've been in a place like that for years, actually, in my life, where it's like I'm just like Tunji talking about. I think what he was saying was like stuck in that, I don't know, maybe feminine place where you can't enact your will. Like you're powerless over enacting your own will. And yeah, man, I don't know. Maybe that's it kind of hurt, but maybe there's truth to that, So yeah, because the dreams are not like nightmares, but they're kind of depressing.
My experience, especially if it's in a pattern, like if you notice you have the same motifs or the same themes that are occurring over and over again, it's usually something that hasn't been incorporated into your conscious mind. And so what I noticed as I like came out of my darkness is my dreaming became less and less frequent and less intense, meaning I still slept well. I actually slept better over time, but like I didn't remember my dreams as time went on. But it was, I noticed patterns that it would like repeat over and over and over again for certain things. The underground bus station, that's really interesting because, you know, the underground is usually, you know, it's a hidden place. It's something that's below the surface. So it's, you know, in my dream in the airport, I changed clothes, which is like that is like a hiding.
So you go into the bathroom and change clothes?
Yeah, it was under some stairs. Like I found a hidden place and changed clothes in order to escape, let's say, accountability. Put it that way. And of course, I didn't escape accountability. So there's like this hidden aspect also in. But anytime you go underground, that's usually, you know, you're digging into things like the dwarves in Moria. Like you're digging into things that there's often gold down in the ground. You know, there's often valuable things down there, but often there's monsters and other things lurking. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, when I was, I used to live in San Francisco when I was like pretty strung out and everything, and I would spend time like in, you know, because like there you have the train station and the bus station basically in the same spots. So you just like go underground to like get somewhere. And then there's all this hustle and bustle. And it's almost that type of space, you know, and like people are going somewhere and I'm just like kind of stuck there, you know. But I didn't come on to like analyze my dreams publicly, but
no, that's fine.
I heard a quote that like nobody likes to hear about your dreams unless they're in them. Which is kind of true, but I don't think it's completely true. I think other people's dreams can be pretty interesting sometimes. You know?
Yeah.
So
well, for my own dream with the changing of the clothes, and there were other things too, but I think it was also Peterson, but he talked about the coat of many colors was emblematic of all the different roles, all the different experiences that Joseph had to go through. So Joseph Tunji is like the biblical perfect persona for the holding pattern, in my opinion, because he has to, like, he's exiled into Egypt. He's in Egypt in prison for some period of time. Well, he's a slave for some period of time. He's in prison for some period of time. He has to work for the Pharaoh for some period of time. And he's always stuck in this alternative role. But at the same time, like he's productive, like he's doing things, but it's not like it's in spite of, he's doing things in spite of his tyranny.
Why are you so worried about productivity? That's very patriarchal of you. Why do you worry about that productivity there?
Because my brother died at 42. That's why.
Yeah.
Joseph literally gets put in a hole too.
Yeah, depends what we mean by productivity. I think there is the part where the feminine is, in this sense, is viewed as negative things when instead it's not supposed to be seen as a negative thing. Is that the productivity part is not. He has to integrate the rest, and rest is as good as the other 6 days that came before it. I guess that's not that easy to realize, really.
You want me to keep going?
Wait.
Quaid, activate the reactor.
I would turn on my camera, but it took me a second to put on my sunglasses. You know, I can't have my identity exposed out here to all of these, the internet. Matt C, please, we want you to join, brother. You know, It is the Sabbath, and maybe you should think twice before sacrificing, wasting time on the internet in order to, look good among your peers or whatever. But I don't know what your professional life is. I know that you do coloring for the old Peugeot, big Peugeot #1. But yeah, what I wanted to say was, that there is something very intimate about sharing dreams. And when I have successfully listened to someone else's dream, what I have been paying attention to was the person. And you know what? Now I'll bring in Luke Thompson, because I do think that like the sharing of dreams is an aspect of personalist knowing. Like my wife's dreams are very interesting to me, right? Like especially if she has a bad dream, I want to hear about it. I have definitely had the stereotype caught flack for what I did in her dream, which is always a fun kind of like, it's just kind of interesting, right? Like I was in your dream. That's weird. But it also strikes me that like it is kind of the obvious communal kind of one of those things that is a given if you live in a tribal society, or if your life is primarily around the campfire and all the ways that might mean. Talking about your dreams is hugely important because it's a moment of intimacy, yes, but it's also a moment of the gods may be communicating to us through this kind of a thing, right? And so I think we do need to be careful to maybe both say, yes, they are personal, and in some cases they may seem arbitrary from the outside or not important, but then also to kind of claim that, yes, they are very personal, but also important in community, in how we attend to one another.
My main generalized thing regarding dreams is if you have the same pattern motif that's occurring over and over and over and over again, especially if it's unpleasant, almost certainly there's something that you have failed to accept that you need to at least be willing to look at. Almost certainly.
Can I tell y'all?
That's all and only if it's recurring over and over and over again. And if it goes away by itself, don't even worry about it.
I think you're right. And I also think it's true that it's like, don't worry about it regardless, because the worry is a sign of, we're told specifically to not worry, and it's a command, not a suggestion. It's a good reminder. But I do think that like, well, in my context growing up, it was very often thought that dreams were open season for the demonic, and that you were often tempted in dreams, and that if you had a particularly sinful dream, that was something to pay attention to. Now, I don't know how much of that was wrapped up in like quote unquote purity culture and trying to give guidance to young testosterone-filled men who may have dreams of a certain kind that they would, would be a stumbling block for them in their own sanctification, kind of a thing. And so, but that aside, I do think that there's a sense in which, I mean, he says it early on, right? That like dreams are almost like the most personal thing ever. Like it literally is kind of you doubling back in on yourself in some weird way. I don't know if that was a coherent thought, but it was just kind of, I felt the need to talk, and so I talked.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of dreams, the meaning is pretty obvious. Like some of my reoccurring dreams, I kind of know what they mean. So I don't have to analyze them too much. I'm just like, I'm stuck, like pretty obvious. And I guess if I look at my real life, I'm stuck in real life too. So it's probably the meaning, And, but yeah, I've been like going to church for the past couple months, and like you were saying, I haven't been having dreams like that. But I did have a weird sleep paralysis like a week ago when I was camping, which was interesting, but I could get way off in this fucking mystical shit if I talk about that. But I too, I always like hearing about people's dreams. for nothing else that they're just like fun, because it's almost like a fairy tale. Like it's some fictional thing that I don't know, always has some personal meaning, but it's just so random. Dreams are so random and strange. But I
Oh no,
we contribute
we
to
lost
this
you, Mark.
conversation.
We lost you for that last sentence or two.
Oh, yeah, I've been listening on and off for like the past couple hours, so I can't really like deeply contribute anything. Not that I could if I had been listening.
No,
but
you have. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I definitely think you have, and I, get that bullshit out of here, dude. You're a valued member of this little conversation, and I'm not gonna hear you self-deprecating, especially if it's not funny. So if you're,
Well,
if
I'm
you
not
want
self-deprecating. Self-deprecating is light. I'm self-pitying. You see.
Okay, we'll let it slide then. We'll let it slide.
We're gonna go on to Mary.
Self-deprecating.
I'm not going to talk about Mary.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about Christianity, and it's not because I'm not a Christian or because I don't like Christianity. It's actually the opposite. Christianity is the highest level of it. Okay, and I think we've lost the ancient worldview. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. We've lost it. Okay, and it's many reasons for it why we lost it. I mean, I don't necessarily want to go into it, but it's usually about we tried to integrate certain things that we couldn't or that we shouldn't have, such as materialism. But there's other things that we tried to integrate, thinking that we could. And when I say we, I mean Christianity, Christian civilization. We thought we could absorb certain things and then make them our members of us, like make them into things that follow the Christian principle, which is Christ, obviously. Maybe at first it looked like it was working. Kind of like if you eat a poison fruit, you might not realize right away that you're sick. It's gonna take a little time, maybe an hour later you'll start feeling weird, But for that hour there after you're eating the poison fruit, maybe you think you're on top of it. I just ate this poison fruit, no problem. It's still okay, no worries. Then an hour later, 2 hours later, then whoops, why am I dizzy?
I apologize, gents. I have to drop, but
oh no, what minute are you at?
It is, yeah, you take over. It is 47:52. About 48 minutes.
47:52. All right. Let's go ahead and present my screen. Nope, I want the entire screen. And I'm sorry, but this is going to come with echoes. So just remind me when we're not. Neil, you got to go? All right, bro. That's right. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Neil. I love you.
It's been awesome.
I like you, and I'm glad that we were able to do this.
I love y'all, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I appreciate you, Neil.
Yeah, that doesn't mean much coming from the guy who said he loves up to and including his enemies.
I'm not special then.
Man, I really do appreciate Neil, though.
Yeah.
The ancient worldview doesn't work anymore, says Fleeby Weeby. Bye, Neil, says Cassandra. Oh, you know what? I already forgot how long he said it was into it. 48 minutes? Is that what he was?
Yeah, something like that. It was the part with the teaser on why it doesn't talk about Christianity or Mary there. And then the last hour will be an expansion on that question.
Yeah. It almost makes me wonder if we shouldn't go to the last. Was it a full hour or was it 20 or 30 minutes? I can't remember.
It was kind of a full hour at the end, but he was repeating himself 2 or 3 times. I think Dan is a very gentle host and questioner, so he was giving so much time to Mathieu to respond that Mathieu, he finished his sentence and then, okay, you're not saying anything, so maybe I'll repeat again the answer then. Was good.
Phlebas is right. The TLC does not talk Mary that much. Grail Country talks Mary. I think, and they talk Theotokos, I think, enough, but I think it's that the Protestants are too afraid to offend with our views on Mary. Like yo mama jokes are funny, but not when it's towards the Son of God.
Yeah.
And then, but I think that the Orthodox probably don't talk about Mary for the sake of it being a mystery. And I think that the Catholics probably don't talk about Mary as much just because they either assume it or like it might be one of those things that's so close to home or so formative that it doesn't necessarily come to mind as something that needs to be explicated on. But also I feel like, I don't know, I think she gets mentioned here or there, but I would be interested in what Phlebas thinks. Like what kind of topics get more play than Mary? And is that a good thing or a bad thing? I guess I don't know.
Maybe it's because I was raised in such like an anti-Catholic denomination that whenever I'm around Catholics, I feel like all they ever talk about is Mary and nothing else. But that's just because I'm like biased,
Yeah, that would probably be a critique that I would have of my Catholic brothers and sisters. There's maybe an overemphasis on Mary, but then I definitely want to amen on the fact that she was the Mother of God, and that she did choose. When she said, "Let it be unto me," that was the right thing to do. I think she's a hero. I just don't think that she's oh wait, what is this? Last night heard 2 RC guys, so I'm gonna guess that's not a like a
RC Cola.
RC Cola, nor is it like remote control.
No. Oh, they love
Reformed
Mary.
Church.
Roman Catholic.
Roman Catholic.
Roman
yeah.
Catholic. Yep.
Yeah.
Roman Catholic guys react to TLC Sam's view on Mary. I don't remember Sam's view on Mary, Clint. And Phlebas says philosophy is safer. We always slip into the one and the many. Yeah, I think that's true. I wonder if that's also like a function of our ecumenicism, or is our ecumenicism just a cordoning off of the religious in order to speak about the philosophic? I don't know. I'd like to think that I'm probably more Christian and more Protestant and more absurdist, or maybe not absurdist because that would probably fall under a philosophical category, but yeah, is that part of what's going on here, Phlebas? Is that we are kind of focusing on the minors so as to not offend each other on the majors?
Solid tactic.
A bit, for sure.
You think that is what we're doing, Tunji?
A little bit, yes. I intentionally and explicitly say on the Discord that I don't want to talk about sacred things, but we can talk around the sacred things, and that's fine. You can approach.
And my knee-jerk reaction is to say, like, what is the sacred things?
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but there is an understanding that certain things are sacred, and we don't want to argue that much about, or at all, in my case, about those things. We can talk about some the philosophical aspects. That's it becomes the most of the time we spend talking about the philosophical aspect of reality, the way we think, worldview, how we express our faith, even. But
well,
I think
and that also strikes me as a plausible defense mechanism against kind of hurt feelings or something, you know, or
We
maybe that's not
disagree
the best way to
plenty.
put it, but
We there is always the opportunity, and some people more than others take the opportunity to fight, you know, or to really disagree. But it's different when you argue about sacred thing.
Right.
It's not about the disagreement per se. It's about okay, why are we talking about these things here on the internet?
right.
And 1 minute before or later we talk completely some other stuff, or we are distracted by a million things. You know, it's to me is not proper, and that's exactly the idea of what a holy thing is supposed to be separated from the rest.
Yeah, the profane, the ordinary. Yeah.
Because some of those sacred things they can't even really be discussed. You know, it's all they do is just like just not destroy, but like divide. You know, which maybe they're supposed to, but there's not. You know, there's a time and place for that too, and it's kind of nice to be able to get away from that sometimes.
I love sacred things in church. That's the place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Phlebas says, it is funny when we talk propositions, we stay away from the Roman Catholic dogma.
Which one?
Yeah. I think in general we stay away from the Roman Catholic dogma. I think some of us don't. You know, I tend to poke the bear in that regard. But I think Phlebas is pointing to something that's true. I just think that it's kind of like inevitable for the space to kind of continue. You know, like I think that we're accomplishing a type of ecumenicism. And to be fair, maybe we aren't you know, addressing our disagreements enough or as often as we should, you know. But I think that also there's a time and a place for that. And I think that one of the responses to, you know, talking about things like religion or the sacred, these important matters, is that I think that everybody kind of understands that they don't want to do it in a way that's uncharitable, in a way that is, you know, my Southern Baptist upbringing would call it like a bad witness, you know. And so I think that for a lot of times we would rather, and these are the most important things, like you said, Tunji. So it's like, I don't think that there's overall a kind of complete fearlessness to go into some of the weightier matters that are shared by all. I think there's some of us that do. You know, I think that Jacob always loves to, you know, tell Christians that they're polytheists for believing that Christ is Lord, which is the most, you know, original critique of Christianity that I could probably, you know, I had never conceived of anybody bringing that type of claim towards us. But let's see what Matt C said. He says, "Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how you instantly recognize your wife's dream as something only she would dream?" Huh. Speaking to the personal nature of dreams, maybe desiring us to get back on topic, or at least the topic that we chose as the Peugeot conversation. What do you guys think? Should we get back to it?
Sure, I'm gonna drop very soon. I'm not beating the allegation of being a vampire, but I disconnect every night at the same time and disappear from the internet, and that's about now actually.
Well, I can respect that. I would not, you know, Matt C, if you want to come on, brother. You know, I could keep streaming and just make some beats. Me and Mark could have a convo. We could keep watching, but I've also, you know, I've been on here a long time now. 2 hours.
I would like to, but I actually
minutes.
have to go to a wedding, and like I got to get ready in like 3 minutes.
Well, there you go.
So,
2 out of the 3.
Thanks.
I think that's good enough for me. I hope that some of the FOMO we're all feeling for not being at Northwestuary was quelled.
I forgot about that for these 2
Yeah,
hours.
yeah. So successfully, avoided some of that FOMO. Maybe they'll have FOMO looking back at this, that they while they were listening to Chris Green and Michael Martin talk about poems and fairies or some sort of bullshit like that. We were really getting down to brass tacks with the interpretation of dreams. Oh, and looky here. Matt C., can we get a verbal confirmation that this is you and that you are this? There he is.
It's him.
That's him.
It's muted and it's very...
Yeah, he's muted. He's choppy. Let's see
I'm
what
out of here. Peace,
Upcycle
guys.
says.
Good to see y'all. Bye.
Mark, good to see you too, brother.
Bye, Mark.
What does Upcycle say here? And you're about to close out too. Feel free to leave, Tunji. You don't need to stay on here with me.
Yeah. I just want to say I'm looking forward to hear what you have been cooking in the meanwhile.
nothing too special.
Do not leave us without some chill, sweet beats.
Well, I'll still be back here. I'll be back here tomorrow for the real Day of the Lord chill session, chill vibes. So enjoy your day at church tomorrow, and I'll catch you on the flip side, Tunji.
Peace.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And it looks like Matt C's service is not good enough to join, but Tunji has tasked me with filling out a little bit more of this beat. So I've got this. I've got this portion of the Peugeot that I recorded earlier, and I will just continue to work until I feel like the song is finished. And if somebody wants to hop on and join me, feel free. I believe that the link is pinned. But now let's take a look at what Upcycle said here. All right. The Akathist hymn to the Theotokos is a deeply revered hymn in Eastern Orthodox tradition. Dedicated to the Virgin Mary, it is a beautiful and poetic expression of love and devotion to Mary. Okay. The Akathist. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Well, Upcycle, thank you for sharing. I think that the idea of devotion to Mary is one of those things that we were talking about, that as a more spirit of finesse, a more winsome Protestant, I don't often wish to let my views on devotion to Mary discourage any of my higher church brethren. But I will admit that it is something that makes an eyebrow raise for me, if you can see that in the bottom left here. Mathieu hit us so hard today. I've been there's no way I could pronounce that. Akathist looks like a very easy word compared to Sejukting. All right. Oh, Christian, please come on, brother. Let's go. I think I found a chord progression I like more too, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started with that. Seabax, it's been a while, brother. I was thinking of you earlier today because of a group text that you are not even a part of, but some familiar names to these parts of the internet. This little corner of the internet, some familiar names are on this group text. And the topic of Protestant worship music came up. And I couldn't help but think of you, my brother. I'd love to get Christian and Pete on here. And I was thinking about Christian earlier because I feel like we haven't seen you in a while, man. Maybe your stuff, the algo has not been giving me the normal daily or weekly dose of CBYT, yours truly, Conversation Craft. You know, let's make Protestant sacred again. The big hitter, Christian Baxter himself. All right, let's listen to what we got here.
Things is when you're in pain because of the fact that you ignored it and kind of attacks you. It's actually a microcosm of what's happening to our society right now. Actually, I think in a sense, so certain things have been ignored in the past, as if they were just evil, just evil. So when you do that, this is what happens. At one point, this thing that you're ignoring and that you shouldn't completely ignore because it's part of reality, this thing is going to come and really bite you, until you're almost in the submission mode, you're almost in like desperate mode, that
Clint's avoiding McMowing his yard. You got to mow your yard, brother. I need to do some yard work. Well, I either need to do some yard work or pay someone to do some yard work at my house right now. I'm not going to get into that whole debacle, but yeah, yard work is important. Anything you don't maintain, if you're not getting the requisite renewal through maintenance, what's left? The fire, death, resurrection. It's your only option. If you don't maintain, you're going to end up having to cleave. Let's see. There he is, Seabax. What's happening, brother?
What's up?
Where you been? Have you been producing content and it's not showed up on my algorithm, or have you been laying low?
I've been.
Where were you? Where were you?
Where? I'm echoing.
That's my fault. It's because in order to get you guys to be able to hear the music I make, I have to basically create a loop, a physical analog loop, in order to trick StreamYard into playing the music I'm playing.
Yeah, that's it's a complicated thing. Ins and outs of audio live streaming. No, I've been laying pretty low. I've been pretty low. That's probably the reason. I've just been kind of down, man. So it's just kind of, I haven't had the motivation, I guess, more than anything.
Yeah. But Kendrick recently said that people wonder why he doesn't release as much music as someone like Drake might. And he said that it takes a spiritual toll. It's not as I think there's some truth to that. I think that being public, knowing the eyes of the stranger may be upon you, especially for those of us sensitive to the feelings and the existential feeling of shame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then also
and
I
then
feel
it's
you
a
too.
self-repeating loop after that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm depressed. Maybe I should stream and I'll feel better afterwards. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's literally like the same thing as like, feeling sleepy and taking some cocaine for the problem.
Wow. Yeah. So I've just been, I just haven't been motivated. And I was listening to, what's his name? The creative dude that, Rick
Rubin
on a podcast yesterday.
Podcast called Tetragrammaton. Surprised that there hasn't been more TLC crossover with that kind of situation, because he calls his podcast a Tetragrammaton.
Oh, that's true. With the raising it up, the symbol. Yeah, he was just talking about creativity being like, because I think that I didn't realize how much of a in my life, creativity has been like a really big bitch, because, and this, working in the church, it's like, oh, we're being creative. No, we're just like literally doing what everybody else is doing all the time.
Yes.
and then people think you're creative, or you trick yourself into thinking that you're doing something creative, right? And that always bothered me a lot. And so I kind of gave up on creativity for a long time as a result of that. And like this whole space and getting on here was a very intensely creative experience, like lots of inspiration, lots of dopamine, lots of everything. And I was thinking like kind of like the muse, you know, some of that conversation. And yeah, I just kind of haven't, then it turns into some other things, and then you kind of like lose track of how and why you're doing what you're doing and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I've just kind of been evaluating that some, but also being like, I don't even want to go up to that studio.
Looking for a reason, roaming through the night to find my place in this world. My place in this world.
Southern Baptist like me, man. You were good Southern Baptist.
I knew that you would know that song immediately.
Yeah, dude. I actually listen to probably once a year. I'll listen through some Smitty, some Stephen Curtis Chapman, like just to bring back some of that stuff. But I think
there's some bangers in there. There's some hidden gems. There's no need to be ashamed of that kind of thing. I think.
No, 100%. What is it? Stephen Curtis Chapman just got accepted into the Grand Ole Opry recently, I think.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Well, now I feel, vindicated, I guess.
Yeah, man.
If the Grand Ole Opry accepts him, well,
they're accepting everybody these days, just like everything. But who knows? No, I mean, it was kind of cool.
Maybe he'll get to stand in that circle.
He's played it. He's played there multiple times, but you aren't there's like another level of like being part of the Opry. Yeah.
As opposed to I recently toured the Grand Ole Opry.
Cool. When were you in Nashville?
Well, I go to Nashville a lot for work, but we had a sales team quarterly in Nashville. But one of the like team building events we did was tour the Grand Ole Opry.
Did y'all go through the hotel too, like at the garden and everything?
Yeah, didn't do the whole kind of hotel, didn't do the whole complex. It was literally just the kind of they take you backstage and they show you all the dressing rooms and they kind of give you some of the lore. If you're a country fan, it would probably be a very cool experience. I thought it was like somewhat cool. I really wish they would have gotten into more of the like acoustics. Like I was like trying to peel off and look at the like sound system. That's my style. But it was very interesting because you could tell that the tour guides at least treat the Opry with a sense of reverence. A sense of that this is really
it's
important.
Hallowed.
Hallowed. And they put you in this like it's kind of like a weird experience of like it's almost like the Tupac they had like a VR or like a hologram. And it's got like Garth Brooks and Faith Hill, I believe, are the two people, and they're like telling you about the Opry, and they're like when you stand in that circle, there is a new level of I've made it in country music. It's like very funny, like for someone who is maybe constantly too often looking out for idolatry and worshiping the thing that is not the true God.
You're also a big Calvinist.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. It was very funny to me, and it tickled me pink. Which is probably, this is not a good thing. This is more of a confession. But I was laughing at the like it was worship, man. This is a hallowed place. This is what's most important to me and my community is basically Garth Brooks playing acoustic guitar. Like that is what's highest and best in my culture. And so it was very, very strange. But also I've never been the hugest country music fan. I don't mind listening to it, but there's only so much I can take, and it's very much like a context dependent type of thing too. So
my buddy's played there a couple of times on drums. Have you heard of the band Bird Talker?
Oh my goodness, Bird Talker.
Yeah,
that sounds familiar, but I don't know if that's just because it's such a good band name. Like that. maybe it just kind of clicks as something that should be a band.
They had they're kind of like a religious deconstruction band. They were kind of on the tail ends of the Mumford type, like Civil Wars stuff.
Neo folk, yeah.
Yeah, they had a song called Heavy that had some traction. Let's see here.
It might be easier if I just find it and play it, because I can't really hear that.
You heard that?
I can't hear it that well, but it sounds familiar.
Anyways, that was one of the bands he was in. They played out there, and he played there with a Christian music act when he was playing with his cousin. They have people you can play there without being like featured, like this is like it's they do other.
They have mailboxes in the back. Yeah, like if you're in, then you get like a special mailbox where people can send you fan mail to the Grand Ole Opry, kind of a thing.
I feel like how much of that though is like there's an age cutoff on like when Garth Brooks is talking about, oh man, you've made it. Like whenever Garth's like that part of his career trajectory, but now it's kind of more of like Nashville's this music community, and it's just one of the features of.
Well, when I was in Nashville that same trip, I was actually at a bar at the same time as Shabuzi, the guy who does the song one. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. More.
Yeah,
like that song. So I met Shabuzi, and Shabuzi's got like the #1 song in the country on like the pop charts. So like he's not in Grand Ole Opry, and I don't think he really necessarily has any desire to be a part of Grand Ole Opry.
Yeah, that was like a way, because it was also connected to a television show for media. So it was like
it's still a radio show to this day.
Yeah, but what is that in comparison to who's the bad boy country artist that
all of them.
Who's the one that man, I'm so bad at names right now. I can't even think of his music. He's really popular. He got popular on YouTube.
Are you talking about
Yeah, him.
The gay guy?
No. What's his name? See, Austin's Clint D's dying about this music conversation over here. Oh man, Morgan Wallen.
Oh, okay.
Like, does Morgan Wallen really want? Like, I mean, he may have played at the Opry, but like, he didn't need the Grand Ole Opry to platform his career.
Right. Yeah.
That type of thing.
Is he the same guy that threw a chair off the top of his bar or whatever?
I have no idea.
Nashville's a crazy town, man. It is insane. Like I go there a lot for work.
I lived there when I was very young, and my sister lives there now.
Oh.
But my mom was raised there, so we're there once a year probably. I've got.
Well, if you ever want a secondhand big brother to check up on her, let me know. I'll be there at the end of the month.
She's married now.
I mean, I'm married too. I'm just saying, if it's like
it's a crazy town.
My sister lives in L.A. And
man.
She doesn't really live in Los Angeles.
But she lives in that space.
But yeah, she lives basically between LA and San Clemente. I can't remember what the name of her beach is, but yeah, I've thought about like, one time she texted me and she was kind of sad, and I was, if it had been any worse than it was, I was like, I had half of mine of just calling Mark Parker or even Jacob to be like, hey, my sister's out there. Can you go like, maybe buy her some In-N-Out or something, some Chick-fil-A maybe.
Cool. Yeah, at home you got to get the home feel for the Chick-fil-A.
That's true.
In-N-Out's good though. I was out in Vegas this spring and I had some In-N-Out. I hadn't had it in a long time.
City of Sin.
Dude, I'd never been there. It was really interesting.
Isn't Vegas weird?
Yeah. And a buddy of mine that I went to see, his car has no air conditioning. And it was like middle of the summer. We were driving around Vegas with no air conditioning.
No.
Yeah.
I go there for work basically every.
What do you do? What do you do?
I'm
What
in
is
construction sales.
construction sales?
Yeah, I work for a company that sells a fairly niche product, but we're the kind of Cadillac for our little small pond. So we go to big time conferences like World of Concrete, which is the one I always have to go to in Vegas. I actually ended up not going last year.
Lots of expo type stuff. Yeah. I have a buddy that was in car seat cover sales based out of maybe somewhere in the West Coast. And he had to design all the expo, fronts that they would do and stuff. Well, that kind of life.
Yeah. It's a sales role, I kind of get paid to be extroverted and kind and maybe verbally
dexterous.
Yeah. So there's certainly a but it's weird too. Like it's not the it's certainly not the church. There's sharks in the waters. And most of all though, it's like the type of Kierkegaardian despair that doesn't know it's in despair. Like it's mostly just normies who don't even know that they're just like hamsters on a wheel for no purpose, and so, but woe be unto you if you try to have a deep conversation at like a sales drink, like a
if you're not talking about getting ahead or getting head or what. Then there's no reason to talk.
Well, it's weird. It certainly is like I definitely do feel pimped out to a certain degree because of my social skills. But my outlet is TLC because I can be a complete weirdo and, nerd here where I kind of have to put on the LARP mask of, trusted advisor as to what types of products you should be putting in your buildings.
Someone was talking the other day. I don't remember what it was on. I think it was TLC stuff about which part is really the Matrix, like your real life, like that type of like the LARP of versus coming on here and talking about the things that maybe you've spent exponentially amount more time looking at and thinking about than what you do for your paycheck, but that's supposed to be what you your identity is like,
I could just say that I connected with Grimm's use of the LARP in my day job because it was kind of the thing that I remember putting under one of PBK's video at some point, like we have to LARP unto the Lord with our earthly masters, like, am I a salesperson? It's like, no, I'm a child of God, but, sometimes it feels like to the extent that I were to be open about that, I would certainly not do myself any favors in the like professional realm or whatever. And it's and maybe it's, I mean, I can hear myself and I can throw the accusation at myself that I am denying Christ before men. But then there's also a sense in which like I'm thinking about your job where it's like, sometimes you just got to be a good nurse, like sometimes you just got to be a good salesperson.
But on the flip side of that is, that's true. Do your job, do it well. But there's this, your job is not just what you do. It's a social community. It's its own social network. It's its own and I'm really quiet and I don't talk to a lot of people about my life, partially because I'm a contractor as well. And I live an hour and a half away or 2 hours from where I work. And it's like
plausible deniability.
Well, yeah, I mean, but what was weird on this last contract I was at, like on my regular Facebook normie life, I have like all links to like YouTube and Twitter and
didn't
Instagram.
somebody like come up to you and be like, I see you?
This girl, like she was like, I didn't know you had a YouTube channel, all this stuff. And I was like, well, I feel exposed. Yeah, in a way that at work I usually am not.
Did you say that to her? Because that's pretty funny if she had said that and you were just like, well,
I said, I don't usually I told her, I was like, I usually don't just come up and talk to people about this stuff, but I'll talk to you about it. She was like an independent fundamentalist, wears skirts, like skirt scrubs.
She wore skirt scrubs.
Yeah. And so that was kind of interesting because she She goes, the only thing that matters is that you're saved. That's the only thing that matters, is that you're saved. I was like, okay, yeah, all right. You know, I'm like, I can get down with that sentence in a existential way if I need to. Like,
it's like, you're right, but also how do you live like that? You know, like, how do you really?
What do you mean, me or her?
Her.
I mean,
yeah,
I think
like,
what's interesting, I was having the conversation with my wife about the spiritual bypass last night. Like, so much of like what I was given, and I think what a lot of us were given, were a lot of pithy sayings like that help us deal with deep existential things, but we're not actually dealing with them deeply. We have these phrases like, so we were talking about a friend who, let's say, they, you know, there had been some infidelity in their marriage, and then like,
hypothetically,
yes, and then the mom, a year later, she was still dealing with the trauma, and the daughter who we're friends with was still dealing with the trauma and the, you know, being upset one day, and the mom's like, "What's wrong?" And she's like, "Well, I mean, you know what's wrong," and she's like, "You're not over that yet," and it was just like, she's like, you know, that happened to us, and you know, if we bring that up, that's just opening the door for the devil, or that's just opening the door for sin. It's like, so you really never dealt with it, and you just live life like, and that's what I mean. Like, those sayings that she was saying to her were like stuff that I would like, that's advice that I would have been given from a certain context, you know, like, and instead of actually facing things directly. And so when you ask about the girl that I worked with, it was like, you know, well, the only thing that matters is that you're safe. Like that's an easy way to not deal directly with anything. And so you just live life. I mean, that is probably a certain level of delusion, you know, like, but we all live in delusions to some degree or another, but to the extent that we face, in truth, directly things that that are difficult, I think is a big difference in some ways generationally that we're looking at with previous generations.
I feel like
you're super quiet to me.
Sorry, yeah. My 58 is not picking up the range that I, you know,
you need a condenser.
Maybe it's my settings actually. Let me see if I have. I may have turned off the automatic
the limit.
Oh, see, it's automatically adjusting my volume. That's the issue here.
Yeah, turn up the gain and let it fly.
Yeah, let it rip. Let it rip. Okay. How is this? Is this better? Okay. Yeah, Clint needs some gains. I'm probably completely off base here. But I think that there is a sense in which we're all on the spectrum of what level of explanation do we live out, you know? And so for some people, and maybe this would be a more fundamentalist outlook, you have the phrase, God says it, I believe it, that settles it.
Amen.
And there's a sense in which, like, that's 100% correct. If God said it and you believe it, that does kind of settle it. You know, like there's no wiggle room for me in that, you know, in that outlook. And then there's the sense that as you start learning the kind of complexities of reality and the complexities of suffering, and even suffering as Christ suffered, those kind of like phrases that explain everything become less attractive. Yeah. And so that's kind of like the next stage. And then I think that there's a third stage, and this is where I might be totally off the rails. But I think that there's a third stage when you can kind of look back on this simple explanation and see how it's actually still 100% true. But that there was a weird sense that you failed to, you kind of needed to go on the journey of seeing how it wasn't true for you for a moment in time in order to get back to a situation where it was true for you.
So
And I
like,
see that most in like old hymns, right? Like I will work myself into a tizzy about what the Lord wants me to do and how can I be a better husband? How can I be a better son? How can I be a better worker? And then I'll like break myself down, and then eventually like a song will come into my head, and it'll be like, trust and obey, for there's no other way to be happy in Jesus than to trust and obey. You know, and so like there is a weird sense in which I'm like, there was a time in my life when I would have been like basically F you. Trusting, obey, commanding me to trust and obey is the commands of a tyrant. And I'm not going to bow down to that. But now I think more and more, I'm just kind of like, that is the exact. And so, you know, maybe this is a part of the reason why I call myself an absurdist, because I still kind of see the ways in which to tell someone, you know, or like if you had gotten one here and been like, I had a tough week, and I would have been like, oh, brother, are you failing to show the fruit of the Spirit, joy? You know, like,
yeah,
what sin's present in your life that's causing you not to display the fruit of the Spirit, which is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. You know, like what sin is in your life? But like, there is a sense in which like maybe there is something, you know, but like also
Sure.
it's like, yeah, that's why I'm like I'm careful to do the move, because I'm like, in one sense I could just say the conservative fundamentalist viewpoint, and at this point in my life there's kind of an ironic way it's an abomination to trust and obey. Oh man, Clint D hating the old hymn.
That sounds like a pretty good for Clint D's Arminianism. I think that like
Clint, yeah. Come on. I'm utterly confused as to why it's an abomination to trust and obey, for there's no other way to be happy in Jesus but to trust and obey.
To your point, I think that there's one, in the first sense, you're saying it to like protect the tribe or something.
Oh, admonition. My reading comprehension has, after this 3.5 hour stream, my reading comprehension has turned to mush.
I read it the same way. Yeah, like the first, when you're trying to protect the tribe, or like even not deal to the difference between keeping the peace and making peace, like you're just trying to keep things status quo by saying certain things versus them finding meaning in those things after you've gone through the valley, you've gone through some kind of deconstruction, and yeah, and then they reconstruct with new and greater, deeper meaning.
I couldn't tell if Clint, was that me? Was that you not wanting to come on stage? You can give me a nod. Oh, okay. I'll bring you back.
Ears. I'm trying to get you in my ears so I can hear you talk better and not echo.
I see. Okay.
You didn't read admonition correctly, not
I didn't either.
abomination.
Yep. I failed the savings throw against reading comprehension.
I was not. It's an instruction. Go do this. It's a positive thing. No.
I mean, you can see. Yeah, you can see our confusion. You know, that we were like, why is Clint saying this? He's been hacked.
No, you guys are doing a pretty good job of talking about your struggles. But I will speak for the krill that do have a simpler boilerplate or whatever cliche faith. Just remember, there's simple, pithy statements that are part of our wisdom literature. Don't discount it.
I'm not discounting it. I'm in the face when it's used in the face of trying to actually like not deal with something like. Sometimes those pithy things are used to, like in the metaphor of to heal from a wound.
Yeah.
You know, like you could put a bandage over it, but underneath it, it's not being cleansed and dealt with.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, and those things can be used for that to not deal with.
Yeah,
however,
that would be the whitewashing of it.
Yeah, there's still wisdom in those easy things that are helpful, just like in a hymn, they're helpful to grasp and to use at times.
Yeah.
So
And I've got all the gospel messages from country music playing in my head too, with all of the cheating songs and other things that deal with that broken relationship. So it's not just in the hymnal; it's in your other wisdom literature you pick up along the way.
And that probably is something like where you were talking about the Grand Ole Opry being kind of this hallowed church-like thing, that it's because it borrows so much from a type of cultural Christianity, like country music, like just like Clint was saying, it's like infused so greatly. My cousin wrote a song, got picked up by Alan Jackson 20 years ago that was #1 called Monday Morning Church. Like that, my heart's as empty as a Monday morning church. It used to be so full of grace, but now it only hurts. I can hear the devil whisper, things are only getting worse. You left my heart as empty as a Monday morning church. So it's like,
wow.
Well, that
pretty good.
Sounds just like Todd Agnew's On a Corner in Memphis. I was listening
but
to a man pour out his soul last night, but I'm standing next to people that won't even raise their hands. Are they asleep? Yeah.
But this guy was talking about a broken heart, infusing religious metaphor into that. But it's so ingrained that it all makes sense together,
And my hopefully careful reaction to that is, turn your eyes upon Jesus, look full into his wonderful face, and the things of this world will grow strangely dim in the light of his glory and grace.
Love
that's like reach to the poetry. Not just
you're going to be hard pressed to do better than that. What do we think about Mandy's proposition here, that the simple can be beautiful when it's been fully lived and incorporated in a deep way, but it can be overly simplistic and hurtful when it's avoiding reality or other people's pain.
Are you a therapist, Mandy?
Yeah, so I vibe with that. I think that she's right on. I think that when that deep truth is used, let me see if this metaphor works. If it's used as a Band-Aid instead of like a healing salve, then or even like a cleansing alcohol, there's like a weird sense in which what's infuriating is not when the truth hurts. It's when the truth has no relation to what's going on at all. When it's just a covering over, when it's just a garment of skin, that's when it seems like hurtful.
And that's the time heals all wounds type thing. I can't heal it right now. I might be able to tell you to be patient. But, that sucks too. Just shut up. But some people would rather you just be quiet. And that is also something that Job's friends did well while they were quiet and just sat with him. The ministry of the presence, that's called.
Yes. Yeah, I remember having a Bible teacher that said they were doing fine until they opened their mouth. And when I've been in those moments when people are, struggling, it's always a good reminder. Now, do I follow it? Hell no.
Yeah.
I'm a yapper. I'm going to yap.
Yep. Remember, too, that the fourth friend was not spoken ill of by God.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Is that Elihu, the youngest, who kind of comes in and says, I am the youngest, and I have waited and listened to all of you talk, and you are all wrong.
Yeah.
I've always related to that kid. I can't imagine, you can't imagine someone like that being resonant for me in middle school when I first learned about Job.
Yeah.
But
back to Mandy's point, there's a tension, always will be, of do I make it go away or do I help you heal? As the parent too, with my kids, like, yes, I can just throw phrases at them, and through repetition it may help or it may just frustrate too. So there's the God has a plan thing doesn't work well for me. Particularly with a particular set of deterministic beliefs that I do not hold to.
Yeah, this is. I mean, in some sense, this is where we disagree, but I think this is also a deep place of agreement, because this is one of the many reasons why I consider myself an absurdist, because it really is hard to make sense of the the problem of pain, the problem of sin, the problem of brokenness, decay, the age of decay. It's, that's a very tricky theological question, but yeah.
The way it makes sense to me is like, you may, y'all actually both may know who Aaron Ivey is. Do y'all know who Aaron Ivey is?
That name sounds familiar. Yeah.
He was a worship leader for Austin Stone.
That's it. Austin Stone. Yep.
So it recently came out in this earlier.
I've met that man. I met him in real life. So I don't know what you're about to say. It sounds like you're about to say the scandal, but
scandal. Yeah.
Yeesh.
Yeah. So he's married to a really big.
Sorry to interrupt.
He's married to a.
Ups is wanting to throw you money.
Okay. This is good news, Ups, because I recently looked into this. So Ko-Fi is probably the best route, I guess. I thought about doing PayPal with my website, but tomorrow when I do my stream where I make more beats, I'm going to now set up a website to play the beats from at the end of the stream so that you can get a stereo field. But I'm also thinking about including a donate button there. So yeah, I will probably see if I can hook up that to my Wix site, a Ko-fi account, just like Grim Grizz. We can LARP hard and we can grift harder. And maybe this will convince my wife that me spending all this time on the internet is a good thing. So we'll see. Maybe I can take some of the juice from CBYT and his premium subscribers. Maybe I just need to glean a little cream off the top of that cheese.
Seaback's your story on this Ivan or whoever got it.
Aaron Ivey.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because they're Calvinist church, but the thing happened. He came out. He was married to this girl who had gotten a really big Christian YouTube podcast named Jamie Ivey. Anyways, comes out that he's had inappropriate relationships with young men at the church and some grooming and all this kind of stuff. And my buddy of mine, I was actually having dinner with him right before I went to Symbolic World, flying out of Memphis, and he was just kind of like, "Oh my gosh." And I was just kind of looking at him like, dude, my story and Aaron's story are different, but there's some crossover. And I was just like, what's crazy is that there's actually, he doesn't see it right now. His wife doesn't see it right now, but there's grace in the fact that the truth came out. But the thing is, that's different than saying that this was all in God's plan or whatever. They sound different. Because no ways, like if you tell, when my life was falling apart, if you told my wife that this was the grace of the Lord in a way, at different times you think like, oh, that's really going to be really helpful to her, and not really, but it's true. Like there was grace in it, like that this didn't go further or longer or whatever it has to be. And that maybe you can actually deal with the truth for the first, possibly, this might be an opportunity to deal with truth in your life for the first time, which is a wonderful grace, but, in certain contexts like that is not like, oh, Jamie Ivey, this is all part of God's grand plan. Like really she had just been on Good Morning America whenever this all came out with announcing her new book, like the day before.
Wow.
And so
that's there will be, this is not it, but there will be grace in this. That's how I would like to phrase that. And then I just thought of the Mercy Me, praise you in this storm.
Yeah, song. That's a good word, Clint, because I'm thinking about Mandy's comment too, where it's like there's certainly obviously a wrong time to say that what man meant for evil, God meant for good. But that's not to say that there's never a time to say that.
Correct.
And so this is very much like a spirit of finesse type of a situation where you can't really game plan too much, right? Like you got to let the spirit lead.
You could say that's also true, or you could say is true, or that might be true instead. However you want to, where you ever line up on that is this, that God is with people in their suffering, and you can look on the cross and see Jesus on the cross, and say that God understands you, and He understands that that's what I think is appropriate if you're going to try to care for somebody spiritually as a Christian, in those types of situations is when there's suffering that we trust in somebody who understands suffering, versus God's got this all figured. This was all in like great.
Yeah.
So
Wonderful Counselor, Prince of Peace.
Yeah.
Point back to that one.
Yeah, there's a sense of intimacy and privacy that seems to be involved with suffering, and communicating with people when they are around you in their suffering, and allowing that suffering to kind of come to the forefront of the relationship. But it also strikes me as private, because for the simple reason that, and I'm going to put this in woo-woo Christian mystic terms, so, translate as necessary. But like, there certainly have been times that it felt like God told me something that I would not want to repeat to anyone else. And that could be for various reasons, right? But even in the sense of, like we're talking about, what men meaning for evil, God means for good. There have been extremely evil things that I have done and that have been done to me that it feels almost sacrilegious in some real sense to acknowledge the good that came from them. And an example that comes to mind that's not of my personal life is just because it's in the news recently or on my algorithm. But the idea of, and forgive me for maybe bringing up something that's just going to trigger everyone, but like the idea of rape being an exception for abortion. And Pete was talking about this, returning evil for evil kind of an idea. But there's a sense in which sometimes a good coming from evil can be hard to talk about. And I have examples of that in my life. But it's kind of like the thing of, I would never go up to someone who was committing the evil that I committed in order to receive the grace and the good that I received, and basically say that like, well, it's Paul, right? It's shall we sin so that grace abounds? By no means. But at the same, and just as true as that is that nothing can separate us from the love of God. And so there is, I think, a sense of, this is why we need to trust the Spirit, and what that looks like might be mysterious and another type of thing that I don't feel comfortable talking about on public YouTube. Yeah, but there's something about that public-private threshold that's coming up for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, and certain things happen privately; they don't happen publicly.
Like dreams.
So and
Clint's trying to get us back to the Matthew Peugeot video, I think.
No, I don't. I'm about to have to leave. I had to come in and set the record straight on
abomination
on my hymnody.
Yeah.
Good to talk with you guys. I must
too,
go
man.
do something.
Go do something.
Enjoy your Saturday, Clint.
Constructively destructive. All right. After a while, y'all.
Bye, brother.
I think that the difference between something, I mean, yeah, there are places where, like in my town, if I got on and started talking about ministry and Christian faith again, and people in my town like were watching this and being like, well, nobody knows what he did, that he's talking to, like that would have always been a problem.
Yeah.
But because it did manifest publicly.
Right.
So
well, that would be so funny if somebody from like your local area was like got on and tried to like cancel you or something, because we'd be like, no, he won't shut up about it. We'd honestly like if he'd stop talking about his damn affair or whatever happened. But like, man, we really can't get through a couple of episodes of CBYT without it coming up,
No, I have pumped the brakes, but just to that point of like something being private versus, because that happens privately all the time, and people have to deal with it privately. And, and I mean, even me and my wife, we've said before, like there was actually, it made us confront it more directly, I think, because we couldn't hide from it. So in certain ways we were I don't know.
Well, there's verses that will haunt someone who, is very good at secrecy. Like if you've got family secrets that are just so embarrassing that you'd rather not them come out, well, like there are some very haunting scripture verses about what's done in the darkness will come to the light. And that's always, I think even when I was a young boy, that was like a very salient thing for me, because I got the sense that there were like all of these secrets that were being kept from me in terms of like the adult world and what was going on in the small Baptist church that I went to, and why was there conflict among the adults that was like a secret from me, kind of a thing. And maybe that's just a side effect of being a overly precocious child, but like, but it also made it difficult when, you become a teenager and testosterone starts happening to you, and it's like, I'm going to hide things, like, I think that all the boy, everybody knows what I'm talking about, so I don't need to get graphic with it. But like, that was, as a teenage boy, that was like a huge, and for every teenage boy who's brought up in the church, I feel like that becomes kind of your main cross or whatever for at least a certain time period. But yeah, that private public divide and who gets to determine what's secret. And then especially if you've been publicly shamed in some regard, that becomes a whole nother aspect, because it's similar to my Dunbar number exploding. There's a weird thing when you F up publicly and get called for it publicly, and everybody knows, and everybody, that's a whole, it kind of takes the substitutionary atonement of Christ and God honoring you because of his sacrifice, and him being crushed for our shame. Like, that starts meaning something a lot more important when you have some experience with that kind of public scapegoating, maybe, or even just you've messed up, even if you deserved it, kind of a thing. It's like, it really, I don't know. For me, it pushed me a lot more towards really needing the cleansing blood, and really needing to know that, that he was pierced for our transgressions, crushed for our sin. O death, where is your sting? And the fact that Christ was, pierced naked on a cross, like you can't get more shameful than that. Your Dunbar number exploding, Mandy says. Yes, this is what happens when you're as cool, charismatic, and popular as I was at one point in my life.
Yeah, man, I get it. Yeah.
I just realized that my sampler is, I've got Matthew Pajot on my my little keyboard here. You probably can't hear it, but
so when you do that, this is what happens at one point. This thing that you're ignoring. So certain things have been ignored. This thing is going to come, and you do that. Really, things have been ignored.
I'm gonna.
Thing is going to come.
Oh, should we loop something? Okay, I'll give you the. Let's get this beat going. Let me put the beat back on screen. We'll start. Let's do what Protestants do best. Let's just jam. Feel the Spirit lead. You got a favorite key?
Oh. You can play in D.
In D?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not technically in D because it starts not in the D. But one of my favorite chord progressions is F major 7, E minor 7, D major 7. If you've never played around with that. And you just hold that D major for 2 measures. You can hear that, right?
Yeah.
Outside of your sphere, what you're.
All right, I think I've got you. But the problem is, if I record you, I'll also be recording the beat. So I'm basically going to make it as simple as possible. You probably need to make sure that your StreamYard settings do not have echo cancellation, reduced mic background noise, any of that. Now I can hear it echoing. Okay, so maybe the echo cancellation is good, but just not the background noise. Oh yeah, that's crystal clear. Phlebas, we missed you too, brother.
Did you record?
Yeah, that might have been enough. Let's listen to it. I might have to do some surgery. Yeah, it's struggling. I mean, we can work with it. It sounds weird as hell, but we can work with it. Just trying to make this a little more spicy, you know? I don't know if it quite worked. I can really put my openness on full display, you know. I can really I love weird sounds. So like there's literally I don't know if I've ever heard a sound that I couldn't like listen to a million times and just like overly dissect and be like, this is working, and then eventually I just kind of wake up and I'm like, oh wait, no, this is weird as hell. This is not working for anybody but me. Right now, I think. Well, we need to listen to it with Neil's. I haven't been as successful at making a beat on this stream just because I've been too involved with the conversation. But I mean, I feel like I can barely hear that, but whatever.
It's off a beat or something.
It's off by a beat, you think?
It is on mine.
Yep. Mandy gets basically the question of my life. Is it openness or is it mental illness? You decide. Boom, boom. Are we gonna live or die? That's Kendrick Lamar. Is it wickedness? Is it weakness?
You sound like Mute Math.
Yeah, that definitely didn't work.
I'm still. Let's see. My echo can't. It's just on you.
Yeah, the echo is just kind of my fault for. Well, it's my fault for not having enough money to splurge and get like a 16-channel mixer in order to just trick StreamYard into not requiring me to have only 2 mono signal input. But I could also try to figure out how to do that internally within my Mac. But basically, it just comes down to the fact that StreamYard is prejudiced against Mac users and it's prejudiced against Google Chrome users. And so I'm kind of like in a little bit of a bind.
How so?
Well, because I only have the option of, for one, sending a mono signal from my screen here. Because I'm literally just, the way my setup is, I don't have any other stereo inputs. And so, but the other problem is that StreamYard only takes 2 audio inputs. And there's exceptions to that. Like if you're on a Windows, you can share your screen and your computer audio. But on a Mac, you can't. On a Mac, you can share the tab audio, which is what I'm going to start doing at the end of my streams on the streams that are more focused on me making music. Which this one was at the very beginning, but then we got started talking about Matthew Pajot, and Neil came on and Tunji came on, and so it wasn't as much about making the music. But the point I'm making is, I don't know why, but I feel like, well, let's see what this says. But I feel that a Mark tree will work wonders with that tune. A Mark tree? What's a Mark tree?
Isn't that when the dog pees on the tree?
What? Ups, what's a... He says, no, that's not it. That's not it.
There's a Mark Tree, Arkansas.
Wait, is Ups a mod on my channel? I don't remember making him a mod. I don't know how to make people mods.
You right click on their name.
I must have made him a mod. Or do you have the little wrench thing? Is a percussion instrument a Mark tree? What in the world? Have you heard of this, Christian?
Dude, he's from, I don't know where's Ups from?
Cyrus.
Yeah, so it's probably a Middle Eastern.
Mark Tree Vineyard popped up for me. I don't know what that says about my...
It's just a Mark Tree.
A Mark tree is a percussive instrument used primarily for musical color. It consists of many small chimes, typically cylinders. Oh, okay. Oh, this is like wind chimes. This is wind chimes. I have that here somewhere.
We should figure out how to do a live music.
I know one way to do it. It's a program called Pedal, Pedal.
How much does it cost?
It's free. But it basically is like fancy FaceTime. So if I shared my screen, and it basically allows you to send back and forth
Audio,
yeah, stereo signal. But you can also like trade files. So it's kind of a but yeah, that like cracking the mobile studio interface was like a big deal like a couple of years, like before, during COVID basically. People ended up, and even before COVID, I think people were really like interested in it, but it kind of, as an idea, I think it kind of faded away because FaceTime got better. So you could kind of just email things and just like FaceTime or just screen share on a Zoom call and that was like basically just as good. But yeah, Pedal is a way that like you could be in your studio and use GarageBand and basically like record things, and then you could send them to me. Now, Pro Tools has a like basically like a co-op mode now, like a video game, but I haven't heard of that becoming kind of like a regular part of like professionals' workflows or anything like that.
It would just be interesting to do creative live, like do something, if it was a way to capture that. People are hating me talking because it's
no, not at all.
Echo.
I'm just trying. I think that you hear the echo, but that maybe they don't. I don't know. But I was trying to find the wind chimes. Let's see if I honestly, I'm probably going to hang it up soon or call it, because I'm getting pretty tired and I have to go to the bathroom again, and I don't want to put you like on your own, just entertaining, everybody while I go pee.
Sounds good.
Oh, I heard the echo that time. Sorry. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go ahead and call it. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. I'm sorry if you were expecting us to cover the whole Peugeot video or solve what to do with people in pain. If you came here looking for the answer to the problem of pain, who knows? Maybe you found it. If you were looking to avoid feeling FOMO from all the people who are at the Northwestuary conference happening as we speak, well, I hope I could serve as a little bit of a balm for that FOMO. We were hopefully virtually not alone. And yeah, I think that pretty much does it. So maybe I will put the original chords on a loop here, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I will see you guys tomorrow for the Chill Sunday stream.